Trixie Hobbits.
Trixie Hobbitses.
See, I thought it was going to be as soon as it hit 5:15, and that's why I said that weird thing.
Yes.
Trixie Hobbitses.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Everybody's a Mimic. I am Corey. Today we are joined by 3 of our 4, with our 4th member coming just shortly sometime when the stream is going on. Let's do our introductions. First up, we have
Beta Yetimated, played by me, Carson. He is the Thunder from way, way up north.
I guess since Dell's not here, that means I'm next. Levi Corvallis, played by me, Ben. And Levi is the himbo from way out west at California Himbo.
Hell yeah. I have Rosemary Bone Crusher, played by me, Ray. And she is your very confused tree person? Question mark?
We love that for her.
I'm pretty
love
sure
that for her.
pretty sure you are the tree person, Miss I worship the tree god.
Yeah.
Who's to say?
Who's to say? Who knows who she is?
Who is to say? Yes,
It's just not about labels.
Yeah.
Does anyone
She's just all about
anyone
labels,
really know
as she
who they
labels
are?
herself? All right, well, today we're going to waste some time because I am fairly certain that Blake is on his way home. And we're just going to take a moment to just talk about how things are going in the campaign for you guys. We are session 7, and I realized today as I was reading up on my prep and trying to watch and get my voices back down from the previous session that I never uploaded session 6. And so that will come up very shortly, and then also will be followed by session 7. So you guys will get the whole Bryn Shander fun times we had last session, and then just the introduction into Lonelywood. We're getting to Lonelywood. Lonelywood, somehow or another, I don't know how it all ended up this way, but many of our characters have some sort of connection to this town, both spoken and unspoken. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this session, what comes out, what stays hidden, and what is revealed even to themselves. But I guess how are you guys feeling? How do you feel you've played your characters so far, and how excited are you going forward of just things you've, I guess, discovered about yourself, discovered about your characters between when we had our one-on-one and where we are now in session 7? And whoever wants to start can just chime on in.
I've played Beta primarily with a combination of voices and dice.
Nice, man. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Well done. What a bold new way to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, you can call me an innovator. You know, I don't like to burden myself with that kind of pressure, but
Don't like labels?
it's true. So
he doesn't like labels. Nobody here likes labels, it seems.
We're a labelless group.
Labelist.
I was initially planning on playing Rosemary a lot more timid, but I keep kind of forgetting. Just because I'm so excited to play D&D with my friends.
Yeah.
She's super into labor unions.
Yeah.
Her
She's
timidness
really
is
into
not
labor
lost
unions.
in communist fervor.
Yeah. She's really into labor unions and logging, I guess.
Yeah. Labor logging unions. Logging
Yeah.
the labor unions.
Classic combo.
Yep.
Logging the number of logs that the labor loggers have collected while they've become the labor log union of lumberjacks.
Labor unions logging to create logs that can be used to log labor unions logging.
Logs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
How
good
many
right there.
logs could a labor union log before loggers need logs to log?
So yeah, I mean, the labor union in Goodmead definitely threw me for a loop there. That was I'm like I don't know if D&D truly cares about labor unions or if that's
Ours
Everyone
does.
cares about workers' rights.
yeah. I mean, like, this is like an Icewind Dale where they're just, some towns are sacrificing people and other towns are like, we gotta make sure that the laborers get paid a decent wage.
That's
Oh.
I have found out that it's hard to play a lawful good character in the northern wasteland setting.
Yeah. And it's not even like our group is like really evil. I just say they're very trying to think.
Actually, fairly good oriented.
Yeah. But
Maybe leaning more towards neutral.
cognizant of the harsh reality of the North.
Yes.
That's a good way to put it there. You know, of things that just need to be done differently up here because, well, it's not, you know, your typical civilization. You know, it's hardened individuals who don't have the same emotional connection to good versus evil.
Yeah. It's hard to worry about good versus evil when you're just trying to survive.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Sometimes you have to do stuff that you regret, but you've learned to just not let that regret eat away at you and move on. And for somebody like Levi, it's probably difficult to, you know. Now you said it's difficult to play him. Are you saying like that you're finding it hard to stick with your lawful goodness?
No, it's not. I have to take a second and analyze the choices I'm going to make in character to think, is this what Levi would do?
Right.
Does this stick with his character? Because I want to maintain his morals as much as I can throughout the campaign. And I don't want him to stray from that path.
Ooh. It'd be an interesting time to look back at the very end of the campaign to see all the immoral things that Levi has forced to do just to complete the quest.
Yeah. So, like, it's already hard enough for him to just stay tight-lipped and not constantly be on Dell's ass about healing and breaking and entering and things he shouldn't be doing. But so at the end of the day, like, when choosing, for example, between chastising Dell for his actions in Goodmead or letting Dell do his thing so they could stop Shandar, the question is, what's the greater evil? And the greater evil at the time was Shandar. So
yeah,
Levi just kind of let it go. But then again, I made sure to have him step in when they wanted to just kill that Dwergar in Caer Konig. Just little things like that where it's like, okay, like, does he step in? Does he not step in? At what point? Where's the threshold? You know what I mean?
Right. And Bitte, Rosemary, are your characters dealing with any sort of similar pulling from two different directions?
I know Rosemary wishes she could have done more for, like, the Verbeeg. Because, like, being a druid, she's kind of the thought of, like, okay, like, if they can coexist peacefully, then, like, maybe they should, and, like, maybe these steps should be taken, but they just kind of didn't want to listen.
Right.
So she eventually just kind of had to let that go and be like, okay, whatever happens between them will happen.
How do you envision, like, the culture of, or how do you envision Rosemary's experiences with the culture of Kuldahar, you know, a druidic settlement, which from what we've heard and from what you've had in your backstory, you know, makes it seem like a very giving kind of place. And then the, you know, kind of the complete opposite as you travel deeper and deeper into the Icewind Dale tundra, seeing things that Cold Heart doesn't have to deal with. How is Rosemary? I mean, we've already seen how she's taken the time to always be charismatic and caring of others. But are there any kind of internal struggles that are going on there, like things that is like the culture of 10 Towns weighing down on Rosemary? Will we see her break and begin to stray slightly? Not like I'm going to go burn down a forest or anything, but lose your caring side as you become just more hardened and you just have more difficult tasks to overcome.
I think definitely, like, kind of, I mean, I don't want to say, like, the selfishness, but it is a little bit of, like, in her settlement, I imagine it was just like, okay, we do these things because it makes everyone's life easier, even if it, like, puts one person at a slight, like, annoyance, or, like, they have to do something that they wouldn't normally have to, like, we'll do it because it's good for the community.
Right.
So seeing that, like, in Goodmead, like, that even after the speaker, what is it? The election happened, that even then the guilds didn't really want to give up resources for the good of another guild.
Right. They took one step, but when they needed to take 2 or 3.
Yeah. So it's definitely, like, frustrating for her, but she's starting, like, she can't die on every hill, so she's realizing that, okay, some things I just need to let go of and, like, keep moving because there's a bigger picture here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. We'll just see how your worldview will change as you keep seeing larger and larger pictures. I mean,
yeah.
You guys have already put so much weight behind Goodmead. You've already kind of begun the road down the I want my town to succeed over other towns, you know? Whether or not you see that right now, what kind of choices will you make going forward when it's Goodmead versus the world, versus 10 Towns?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves.
Right. Bitte, you're last.
You're also muted, man.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm walking my dog so he can poop real quick. And I didn't want the wind to get in. Yes. I think how I play Beta has changed a bit. Just a little bit. I wanted him at first to be just kind of, you know, an outsider and a little unsettling.
Mm-hmm.
Was kind of a good portion of the intention behind his, like, quiet pseudo-Scandinavian accent, because it's unsettling a little bit in that particular context, especially from such a large figure. But kind of through his interactions with Rosemary, I've come to realize that it's more, you know, the reasoning behind it is because, you know, he is gentle with people.
Mm-hmm.
And he does care about people, and he does have a sense of community that he tries to build. And I haven't really gotten a chance to explore this specifically, but I think where kind of his, you know, thought process that doesn't align with everyone else's is going to kind of come into play is that he is definitely, I mean, he definitely lives his daily life within the, like, not even just the 10 towns, within the, you know, sparser areas where I mean, the reason he lives is, like, a very individualistic kind of reasoning.
Right.
Like, he is fantastic at surviving out there. He is fantastic at running, you know, a kind of gaming nature a little bit with his Yeti disguise to make his way through, you know, a very harsh environment that other people just can't keep up with. And I think at a certain point, he's going to come up against something that, everyone else just kind of naturally out of a D&D mindset wants to fix. That he's just like, no, this is nature that's happening right here. This is, these people dying because they are insufficient to the task.
Right. It's almost like
which will be fucked up.
I mean,
it'll be hard for me to keep to.
Yeah.
But
and I think your difficulty to keeping that plays very well with Rosemary's difficulty to keep to her caring side, or not difficulty, but the struggles is you guys are almost like two sides of the coin, both in your mentalities of from extreme caring to just extreme, or just realizing the extreme lengths people have to go to out here in 10 towns. I mean, as you mentioned, you're a guide very often. You take people into Icewind Dale in the middle of winter, and with this everlasting winter that has been affecting the area, it's become even more strenuous on the lives here, and you've been exposed to that from the very beginning and lived through it consistently, made it your career, so to speak. So as you struggle with sticking to your values, just as Rachel and Rosemary are, it's going to be interesting to see how you both play on each other, with Levi in the background shouting, do good things, and Dell on the other side shouting, do bad things. Do morally gray things, I should say.
Do morally gray things in order to make our lives easier.
Pretty much, yeah.
Basically.
And I definitely feel like, just as Rosemary and Bitte are two sides of one coin, and Levi and Dell are kind of two sides of the alignment there, you guys have paired up. Dell and Bitte have often had very similar outlooks on solving a problem, whereas Levi and Rosemary are more similar in that aspect. It's a nice group dynamic that we have here.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
especially since we have two separate sides of two separate coins, right? So, and both of them, like the way that Rosemary and Beta have history, like they knew each other from before the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Levi and Dell have a bit of history as well, so it's cool to see people who knew each other from before then disagree and agree with the other member of the party that thinks like them, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
You build your characters, you build your backstories, and we did a pretty good job of talking it out when we were in Discord, first play testing and discussing the campaign. But the way you've written your character on paper and the way you play your character with interactions with the people, it's just so different. You never know how the campaign's going to go until you're actually playing it, and you never really know what's going to happen until you get to that moment, and you're forced to make the decision. And so as our campaign goes on, we'll see how our decisions have been affected by one another and affected by just the harsh realities of Icewind Dale. So yeah, well, that was a good little segue there. Spent some time still waiting on Blake, but we're gonna get right back into it. No, but it was your turn. I want to make sure you were finished talking.
Yes, sorry about that. I got a call.
No worries.
I forgot what I was saying.
Rip.
I think it was along the lines of but yeah, he's definitely going to have those eventual moments of conflict between letting the more brutal side of nature take its course because it's supposed to, mm-hmm. and saving everyone and doing your best to save everyone all the time. Right.
And I mean, Bitte, being that you've traversed a lot of the 10 towns with your job, and especially during those past 2 years of the everlasting winter, I mean, you've had to see the sacrifices each of the towns have made. And I'm assuming you've kind of not so much turned a blind eye to them, but you're numb. You're numb to it, right? I mean, with Bryn Shander sacrificing people to
yeah, I think numb wouldn't be exactly the term, but I think to him it's definitely he recognizes that it's them trying their best to survive, and he doesn't understand the nature of it either, so he's just kind of going to let it run its course and play out until he knows better.
So is it more of like an acceptance, or is it more of like, it's not my place to have an opinion here?
Kind of that it's not his place, but not like, oh, I don't have a right to speak. It's like, oh, I don't have explicit knowledge that this does or doesn't work. So it's not my place in that I don't have a dog in the fight here,
right?
And it's not my job to help them be decent.
It's like the trolley problem of like, okay, if actually sacrificing one person saves the rest of the town, is it then, like, would it be immoral to tell them not to and then the town gets wiped out?
Yeah.
But you're not sure if it actually helps or not.
Yes. Does the jar of dirt help?
Right.
BJ is the trolley problem, except he's standing off to the side and he's like, well, I'm not the one with the handle, so...
He's like, I wonder how this
He
plan.
just like looks over at someone else pulling a handle and is like, wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah. It's like, well, that seems wrong, but I have to make it that way also, and I'm just walking.
Yeah.
That sounds wrong, but I don't know enough about the Frostmaiden to have an opinion.
I'm not a trolley engineer. But yeah. So that's my piece.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Well, it's very interesting to see y'all's to listen to you guys talk about that, and just to see how the way we've progressed through our campaign so far, only on session 7, but we are nearing the, I guess, phase 2, chapter 2 of the book, where you guys are gonna kind of move further out, expand your influence and experience of 10 towns from the towns to the tundra, and very much see more of the harsher realities of the tundra, of what's truly happening, of how these people are suffering from the everlasting winter, and seeing how your justification for the quest will change from, I just need to do this because it's good or right, versus I need to do this because of this person I met and this experience I had, or the atrocities I've witnessed. So, yeah.
Fair.
Well, let's get right into it. We left off last time. You guys had just walked into Lonelywood, and the speaker, Nimsy Huddle, as Ben mentioned, his favorite LA-based rapper, had was it LA-based? I'm pretty sure it was Los Angeles-based.
Yeah.
But his name is Nipsey Huddle, right?
Nipsey Hussle, yeah.
Nipsey Hussle. Oh, okay. So Nimsy Huddle versus Nipsey Hussle. She had invited you guys into her house. She'd offered you guys cookies and had very briefly begun describing the issues plaguing Lonelywood, being the how you say, the problem with the moose, the problem with these beasts of increased intelligence, increased ruthlessness, increased anger. I think she put it, somebody must have wronged this moose for it to have killed many adventurers and hunters that have been sent out to it. She did describe that some of the adventurers were novices, and the hunters typically, deal with the normal and not deal with the abnormal. Letters were sent out to various speakers of 10 towns, and due to the just general friendliness between Goodmead and Lonelywood, Speaker Reelsbarrow was the recipient of one of these letters, although it was sent to the new speaker without actually knowing whom was the new speaker. Del Nodri took that moment to introduce him last session. Rosemary was munching on a cookie, staring around, and Levi and Bitte were there. Sorry, I don't remember what you guys were doing, but I know you were there. And so now we are going to rejoin the party as they are entering into the speaker's house.
Now, really quick, before we do that, remind me, how feasible is it that Rosemary, Bitte, and Levi can fit in this halfling's house?
Well, we're about to find out. Additionally, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, you guys left from Bryn Shander about mid-early day. You have your sled dogs with you, which you've all named, and we have the fun time of trying to befriend them to get more reputation with these dogs, so we'll say you guys are arriving into Lonelywood, maybe just a bit before sunset. And I don't really talk or make as much of a mention as I believe I should when things are coming along, but the everlasting winter has basically kept a continual overcast across all of Icewind Dale, to the point where the sun's out because there's just like a slightly more glowing portion of the sky, and there's just a general glow of light across everything, but it's rare for you guys to actually see the sun. And so the sunset is a very gradual, like, just darkening of everything as these, the sun. Well, I mean, I guess that is what a sunset is, regardless. Okay, so yeah, school's
There's
out.
no like bright colors or that sort of nonsense.
Yeah, it's always
never seen an overcast day that then the sun goes down.
Exactly.
We appreciate the description.
For those of you guys who live inside or maybe live in tropical countries where there's not as much of an overcast day, I don't know, where is there not an overcast day?
Those
nowhere.
of you that live inside.
Yeah.
Anyone who lives in a building that doesn't have windows and has never been outside before.
Yeah.
All basement families.
But still somehow are listening to us.
The Doomsday Bunker people.
Yeah. Who've chosen to listen to our podcast. Thank you. Or webcast. Thank you for tuning in. So yeah, there's more of a darkness than usual when it comes to night. There's no stars. There's very rarely a clear moonlight. Occasionally you do get some parts in the clouds. You see the sun every now and then. I'm not going to say that it's so dreary. It's like a never-ending dreary fest.
Not Barovia here.
Yeah, exactly. Not Barovia here. But for the most part, unless I mention there's like good weather, expect it to be overcast.
Sounds good.
Some fogs and such. So, just a little bit before sunset, you guys are now walking into the speaker's house. A few of the speaker's children are kind of rushing through, bumping into you guys. And as you enter into the house, the town speaker is already inside, walking over to her kitchen. The house is built for humans, but generally furnished for halflings. There are a few chairs and tables, areas of the house. It's a very open concept downstairs where it's clear as her role in speaker, she's had to quite often host and interact with people who are not halflings. I mean, generally, Lonelywood is a town of halflings, but it's about only 50% halfling. So you do have some humans, dwarves, half-elves, elves, etc., who live there in Lonelywood. Her house, in 4 of her children, 2 who had been staying inside and 2 who had just ran inside, scamper from room to room, and then finally climb a ladder up into the loft, chasing each other with wooden swords they've picked up, while a fire crackles in the hearth of Speaker Huddle's cluttered kitchen. She opens her oven / whatever a D&D oven is. I feel like it's an oven.
Yeah, there's ovens.
Wood stove.
A wood stove. Yeah. There we go. Opens her wood stove and pulls out a fresh, mouth-watering batch of halfling-shaped cookies. So just imagine gingerbread cookies, but much smaller. Everyone, roll me a Constitution check to see how your stomachs are feeling. I mean, for the most part...
A con save or a check?
I would say a check. This is not really a save opportunity. You've generally kept to... You've had well-fed meals whenever you are in places, in all the towns. But
we did have a big lunch when we left Bryn Chamber.
Right. But then it is still a long trek, and you mostly munch on rations or things that you preserve. I don't imagine your snacks are extremely appetizing. And
Beta forages as he walks, so he's always like, anytime someone's like, I'm hungry, he like pulls out like a tuber. A tuber, or like a hunk of meat pulled out of like a fox's little little freezer.
Yeah.
Burrow.
So generally fulfilling but unappetizing options to eat while on the road.
Yes.
And then you have good berries, which may taste good but are rather small, and leave your stomach sometimes grumbling. You are sustained in your food, but at the same time, are you truly enjoying your food if all you survive on are good berries? As Speaker pulls this fresh batch of cookies, which, Bite, you are just not so much drooling on the mouth, but your stomach makes an audible growl. You've been well fed, but these cookies just remind you of someone special. And it brings back some emotions. It brings back some fond memories of huddling over the candlelights inside, rather. Eating together, alone.
Nice. Very nice.
The Speaker sits down at this very large table. She has a raised kind of chair at the head of the table, and there are some other chairs that are children's size near on her side, and generally the larger the larger chairs are on the far side of the table. She sets the big tray of cookies down in front of her and immediately begins speaking, before she has even invited you guys to sit at her table. As I mentioned outside, our loggers are being terribly terrorized by a white moose, and the beast has eluded all of the hunters that we've sent out to kill it. We depend on this forest for survival. As many of you guys know, you spent some time in 10 towns. The logs from Lonelywood are the best of the best. Many of the towns are constantly asking us for supplies from new orders, and this moose is destroying our livelihood. We fear if it continues on, our town will begin to suffer. We could fall back on the knucklehead trout trade, but that doesn't set us apart from the rest of 10 towns. I wouldn't be a very good speaker if I let a dumb moose get the better of us, so I hope that you'll help. And she kind of pushes the tray of cookies a little bit forward, out onto the table, within reach. And I say pushes, she slides it down, and it just so expertly slides down the end of the table, spins a little bit. One of the cookies just kind of slides off as it goes and immediately is snatched by a kid that her children who were rushing around playing with swords when she pulled that tray of cookies out stopped in their tracks. 3 of them are kind of looking up from the loft with greedy little eyes, but one of them, which hadn't made its way up the loft yet, had rushed underneath the table, its hand darting out from underneath and grabbing that cookie, and you can just hear it. It's a vicious sound. Like, you're just like, oh my god, what is underneath there? I should also say the table has a tablecloth, so you can't see what's under the table, except little tiny feet.
Rosemary probably, like, finishes off the cookie that she's been nibbling on and, like, sits down. You said there were, like, halfling-sized chairs around the table?
There are children chairs, and then halfling chairs in the middle, and then the taller stocks. So the chairs get bigger the further away you are from Nimsy.
Yeah, she's gonna sit in one of the halfling chairs, and reach for a cookie, and just kind of, like, look up at the kids in the loft, and then, like, kind of hold the cookie, like, down so that anyone under the tablecloth could get it.
Levi is going to...
Go on.
Oh, go ahead. What's up?
No, go on.
Levi's going to take one of the larger seats towards the further end of the table. And he just kind of chuckles a little bit, and he says, well, luckily for the town of Lonelywood, we have a varied party with us, especially, and he gestures at Rosemary, who is a druid, so she may be able to communicate with this white moose and discover what the problem is and perhaps rectify it. Now, I do have a question. When you say the logs from Lonelywood are the best of the best, is it the quality of the wood that you get from the trees? Is it your technique in the logging that you do? What makes... I apologize. I'm not from 10 Towns, so I'm not familiar with what makes Lonelywood's logs so fantastic.
Well,
The trees.
if you've traveled around 10 Towns of late, you've noticed perhaps that we're dealing with a rather cold environment. But you may have noticed the flowing waters of the lake of Mare Dualdon, still fresh and still allowing us to have easy access to the knucklehead trouts in our recent Mar.
Duolon?
Yeah, I'm fair. Let's see. It's Mair. Mayor. So it's Mayor. It's Maer spelled, but pronounced Mair. This has caused us to have some more healthy, vibrant trees. And we've had a lot less damage from the frost to many of our logs. So we do have a rather healthier stock of wood to choose from. But on top of that, our loggers have been doing this for generations, and we have been trained by the best, and our traditions passing down from generation to generation. Although we did have a slight change in quality when we shifted mills a few years back, but we still stand above all the rest of the towns.
You shifted mills?
Yes. We used to have a mill ran by one of the clans in town, but we've moved our mill closer to the water. It actually helps a lot with transportation.
Levi perks up and he says, now, this mill, any particular reason why you would change it? Perhaps some sort of disagreement between the town and the clan who ran it?
She kind of... Her face kind of hardens. She looks at you and she's like, She stops for a moment, thinking, deep in thought. Yes, we did have a disagreement, but we're past that now. Lonelywood is stronger than ever, and we just prefer not to think back on the past of what transpired there.
I understand your trepidation. I would be more than willing to listen and to discuss with my comrades on our plan to assist your town in dealing with your moose problem. However, would you be willing to exchange some information? And he pulls out the tea leaf axe and he says, now before you get angry, I discovered this in a Verbeeg's cave, and I wish to bring it back to its rightful owner or his family. I understand that the town of Lonelywood does not have a good relationship with the tea leaf halflings. I do not know the story behind it. I merely wish to return this axe, as it is clearly an heirloom, to their rightful owners. Is there any way you could direct me to them?
She just stares at the axe. That was Arten's axe, was it not? I fear.
Indeed it was.
Which means that if you have his axe,
Then unfortunately, Arten Tealeaf is no longer with us. I was tracking him from Bryn Shander, and I discovered that there was some sort of perhaps an attack or some sort of kerfuffle in the forest, and I tracked him to a Verbeeg's cave, and I was able to recover this axe. Unfortunately, it seems Arten did not survive the encounter, and so I wish to bring the axe back to his family.
Well, rest his soul, Arten. He has finally found peace. Yes, the tea leaves in our town, and she's struggling to find the right words. Let me start off by saying you will receive a lot warmer of welcome if you keep your inquisition or your inquiries of the tea leaves strictly to me. The family has dealt with some scandals. One major one 10 years ago. The tragedy of the tea leaves. What a story it was. What a horror that night was.
What
Do you care to tell it?
So you wanted to exchange information for helping us with that quest, right?
I assume there's also a monetary value for this quest. This is separate. This is information for me personally, which if you prefer, if you'd like, we can create a separate transaction for this information in which I may owe you a favor or you may make a request of me, but I do not want this information to come as payment for my party's involvement in assisting your town.
Right, of course. She kind of pushes the tray of cookies even further for you. Right, we do want to. This is your payment right here, and of course you wouldn't want to turn your back on the dire strait that we're in simply over some coin, right? You're adventurers. You live for this kind of heroic deeds. I feel as though these cookies should be the sustenance and payment that suits you and your party.
Speaker Huddle, you drive a hard bargain, I see. Listen, in the absence of our speaker, as he is off doing Lord knows what in the forest at this moment.
You're just standing in the doorway, just...
Comatose.
Yeah. We will say that Dell, before we move on, sorry, I will say that Dell has not made his way inside yet. He is stuck kind of outside, and you kind of like, at this point, you might have like looked over and looked out the window of her front door onto her porch, and you just kind of see Dell staring off into the distance, kind of leaning against one of the banisters. Yeah, I think it's banister, not banister. one of the pillars outside of the porch. The support beams. Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'll talk to him about that later.
What is like a normal word for that?
A pillar, a column.
Yeah, column.
Pillar.
Yeah. It seems so fancy. Like it's a pillar. What are we, Roman?
Support, a strut.
Strut.
A beam.
A strut would be a stream or a strut or a beam. I feel like as loggers they would definitely say beam. Anyways, yeah, continue.
Listen, I'm all for the hero deed myself. However, in order for us to be willing to risk our lives, as it seems no one has been able to successfully have a positive interaction with said white moose, in order for us to be ready to risk our lives, there has to be some sort of financial or monetary compensation.
She kind of turns to Rosemary and Bitte. And Bitte, what are you doing at this time? You hadn't mentioned where you've been sitting, if you've been sitting at all.
Yes. So, give me one sec. Bita has been looming over the table. He hasn't sat down because there's just really not one that works for him. So he's just kind of been looming over the table, staring down at the cookies. And only really half listening, but definitely perking up a little at Killer Moose. And yeah, he would definitely contribute to saying that there needs to be additional compensation.
Dale, perfect.
Also, we have
our
Dale.
lead negotiator.
Dale!
Sorry, I've been having a dissociative episode.
That happens to everyone.
Were
Welcome
you
back
having
from
this-
your daydreaming.
Were you here when I
Vivid
said that?
hallucination. No.
Oh.
I've been here for like 5 seconds.
Oh, because we had just mentioned that you were actually like chilling outside, dissociating into the distance.
I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave Gary alone. So.
Yeah, I think when the speaker looks to Rosemary and Dell, Rosemary's just kind of like staring at the axe and just like kind of looks like she's also not really paying attention. She's just staring at the axe that that Levi brought out, and like she looks like she's thinking about something.
So she kind of looks up. The speaker looks up at Nimsy, and Dell. At this moment, you're currently standing outside on the porch. The rest of the party has moved inside, and you just
I'm petting my dog.
Yeah, staring off into the distance, leaning against the support beam as well, almost as if you are absent-mindedly doing something while your mind is away somewhere else. And the speaker looks up at Bitte. He's like, "Well, we don't want this shirtless gentleman to speak for the party by himself, right? I can see you, large gentleman there, Bitte, I believe. I think I've seen you in my town before. Is that not right?"
I have been here many times. Yes, thank you.
Yes, and of course, as being here many times, you've no doubt smelt my cookies. You know how delicious they can be, and how often I bake them. Perhaps one tray may not be enough, but maybe a tray every time you guys come to town.
Well, I think it would be unfortunately burdensome for us to place that requirement on you alone. Better a representation of BC in appreciation for our task.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, as you have said, this town has enjoyed relative prosperity. The finest woods, despite the
cold season, a still thriving knucklehead trout trade, no? And did you not say that your shipping costs had just gone down by changing milling sites?
She kind of pulls at her collar a little bit in that cartoonish, yikes. Well, I mean, yes, all those things are true, but we...
I live for more than simply trucking through the grey wilds and wastes, carrying hard tack and oil between the towns. I have things that require my attention and sadly require me to procure gold.
Whoa. Okay, fine. Let's hear from Rosemary. Rosemary, you're a druid. You surely these baked cookies would be enough.
Scandal.
A scandal.
The tea leaf scandal. If we take care of this, could that be forgotten?
She kind of stares. She stares down. Even just the mere mention of the tea leaves is hard for her to swallow, to deal with. And she looks down. No. No more, no less. Just simply no.
Rosemary just like kind of nods silently and doesn't say anything else.
Fine. You guys drive a hard bargain. A hard bargain indeed. 5 gold pieces. I will give you what I put into these cookies. 5 gold for a batch of cookies is quite expensive. You should know.
Cookies?
What was that?
So,
She puts gold in the cookies?
Each one has a gold coin in it.
so you're telling us that your better offer is the same value, but you save on the labor of making the cookies.
Yeah, I mean, when you told us you have things you need to do that require gold, and I thought, well, okay, fine, I will bake you cookies, but I'll give you the gold that I used to bake the cookies. I feel like it's a pretty good...
Look, I don't have any clue what's going on, but all I'm going to say is she promised a tray of cookies like every time we came to visit. If we just got 5 gold every time we came to the city, that might not be the worst.
That's passive income for you there.
That is a fine point.
Yeah, if Dell could negotiate that'd be great.
Infinite money hack? What?
Just take a step outside and then back inside the city. I've
See you
changed
tomorrow.
loading zones.
So yeah, all right. Well, Dell, roll me.
I'm saying all of that out of character. Like I don't have Dell's not at all associated with this because I have no clue what's happening.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's she's trying to get us to take care of the white moose that's attacking loggers.
And she's trying to pay us in cookies.
Yes. So if Dell wants to take care of that, because Dell's the one who's like monetarily motivated.
Yeah, maybe one of you guys should call out to Dell so he can come inside.
Del Nadre! Hey! Snap out of it! Get your tiny butt in here!
Quickly snub out my cigarette. What are we talking about?
Smoking is a bad habit.
Speaker, yes, come, sit. She gets up and grabs one of the chairs from the other end of the table and brings it closer to her. Right next to Rosemary, who was sitting in a
halfling-sized chair.
Yeah. And she's like, yes. Well, first, how about this? First, just try a cookie. See the love and care I put into these cookies, and then make your decision, Dell, on whether or not this was a suitable form of payment.
I'm just like quickly glancing between Rosemary, Bite, and Levi just to see if I can get like any clue of what's going on from them.
Rosemary is being absolutely no help.
Levi puts a hand on the table and he says, "To catch you up, Dell. She wishes to have us, the four of us, all four of us, take care of a white moose which has been on the loose and killing loggers, adventurers, and hunters and the like. So essentially, put our lives on the line. And she wishes to pay us in cookies."
Oh yeah, of course. No, I thought we were talking about something else. I mean, I heard all that.
No, that is what she is discussing. That is where we are at. Rosemary, would you like to have a word outside?
She kind of like perks up and then is like, "Oh, sure."
And Levi gestures towards the door and then stands up and he pats Dell on the back and he says, "I leave the negotiations in your hands. Please don't let us down."
I'm gonna try a cookie.
Ooh, it's delicious. It's both melting in your mouth, still warm. This taste of cinnamon and some other halfling D&D spice just rushes through your mouth, gives you back memories, fond memories of some of the cookies you've had in the past, and somehow this cookie is the best. You could your mind immediately goes to ways you could sell this cookie in Neverwinter.
Is there cardamom in this?
Oh, what a fantabulous palate you have there. Yes, of course, it's my secret spice.
So, one of these, and I gesture towards like the whole plate, in exchange for your moose problem.
Yes. One tray to get rid of this moose. Plus, of course, you get the knowledge that you helped out our poor little town here, and I would be more than happy to speak praises of the assistance that my fellow speaker gave to me to the other speakers, and particularly at the upcoming council meeting that we're supposed to have.
Okay, yeah, cool. No deal.
She kind of, her mouth just, she was so excited for a second there, and then just drops. She's like,
I eat another cookie.
Two trays of cookies? I did offer to them I would make a tray of cookies every time that you came to town, and I could give you the gold value that I put in these cookies. They're rather good. It's the delicious cookies. You know, you've already had another one.
Okay. So what are we talking? What's your overhead here?
I mean, I was willing to give 5 gold pieces. That's my time and ingredients.
5 gold per. It's a trade for, substitution for trays of cookies upon visit to Lonelywood.
Yeah. 5 gold pieces for this tray to assist with the moose problem.
And the offer stands that tray or 5 gold is standing on every return visit to Lonelywood.
I mean, Dell, speaker to speaker here. Don't you want to throw me just assist me somehow?
I mean, you were offering cookies the whole way through.
Yes,
you told me the cost. You told me you were willing to substitute the gold. I don't see how that's any different if we're taking gold the whole way.
Well, I just want to make sure that you're not going to take advantage of me at all with this.
Oh no!
Just from that, I want you to make me roll. I want you to roll deception.
I was expecting that.
I just feel as though
I didn't mean that to be a GM roll, but that's a 9.
A 9. Ooh. She kind of looks straight into your eyes. She's like, look. I know how it is. I know what you must do often to support your town. This is an alliance where it may not be beneficial for you to help me in monetary and material goods, but should the honor and the prestige not make up for that? I mean, how much money, what's the worth you could put on good marketing these days, right?
I usually would say about 30 gold is the running rate. In a village of this size, I think we bring it down to about 20 to 15. There's not quite as much of a market to reach.
20 to 15 gold pieces? Well,
I'm just saying that's the value of good marketing.
Okay. So you would accept 35 gold pieces then to handle our moose problem?
I would accept 35.
All right. Well, I guess that's a deal then, right? 35.
And the rest of these cookies.
and of course, and my offer will still stand that I will happily bake a fresh tray of cookies anytime I hear that you're coming to town. She kind of reaches her hand out to shake with you.
I shake her hand.
All right.
As soon as he shakes her hand, Bite's hand just slams down on the cookie tray and gets like a full handful of them. He just starts like daintily putting them in his giant mouth.
Corey's probably just sitting here looking at the book where they're like, yes, the expected reward for this quest is 70 gold.
Is 150 gold.
I negotiated her down to 35, everyone.
Well
Pew,
done.
pew.
You could have at least said like 35 apiece.
Yeah.
It's fine.
We'll figure it out.
Bita's not happy about that. But the cookies are dope, and he's going to deal with that before he deals with Dell.
Yeah, of course. That's definitely not what I'm doing here. I'm not staring intently at this book and making calculations on, oh god, I hope this doesn't affect them too badly going forward.
Great.
But
Alternatively, you could just give us more money upon good completion of the job because she's a nice person.
You could.
That brings up a good
Just
little
saying.
point here. Levi and Dell probably wouldn't know this, but Bite, and probably not even Rosemary, but Bite, roll me a history on Lonelywood. You've been here a couple of times, but let's see what you've heard when you've been in town. You've heard nothing.
Not much.
So I unfortunately have no more insight into this.
Or
That she's a classic cheat.
Actually, Dell, this would probably come up with you and Rosemary. How often did you spend time out of Icewind Dale or out of Kuldahar?
not a lot of time out of Kuldahar, but I know Rosemary would like basically flag down any travelers that came to Kuldahar and try to get information about like the 10 towns.
Right. So you may have been aware or have kind of understand that more often than not, the people you meet from Lonelywood always seem to be hiding something. And Dell, often in your travels of trying to get more mercantile trade, you've, found ways to leverage against other people, and it seems to be easier than not to leverage something against the people of Lonelywood.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But with the tray of cookies destroyed, Bite's hand smashing down the tray, grabbing a bunch and leaving the remainder just kind of in pieces, legs missing, arms crushed, heads tumbling off the table, getting snatched by little children's. And almost as if like on instinct, as soon as Bite slammed his hand down on the tray, all the rest of the children kind of came swinging in and just devoured what was left of the tray of cookies.
Jesus.
And Dell
Nice.
just kind of looking. Now, Dell, what's your reaction to this? As you've just traded 35 gold pieces and this tray of cookies, and don't quite have anything to.
Oh, I'm fine with it. I didn't really want the cookies. It was just a power move.
All right. Now, Levi, Rosemary, you guys had stood up and walked out. What are you guys discussing outside?
Levi kind of unties their two dogs and hands the Jam's leash to Rosemary, and he says, "Have a walk with me."
All right. Roll me perception as you guys go on this walk.
Perception.
Will do.
And then on the map, draw your, I guess, pathway of your walk. Let's say you go on a short walk, not really wanting to leave the party for too long, and you both have excellent perception rolls. So your eyes are keen and picking up on just the.
I think back to like the edge of town, and then like probably back to the speaker's house.
So walking out
So we're going
towards
like this
Termite.
way?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As you walk out and back, one, you've noticed while there are some people on the streets, they all kind of greet you friendly. Their friendliness ends after the greeting. They kind of just immediately go back to what they're doing. And there are a couple people out on the docks coming into the towns. You see lots of people dragging little tiny carts of scrimshaw and carts full of knucklehead trout. You also notice something odd about the buildings as you're walking through, and like they have these repairs, these large. It's hard to see it at first, but you noticed a pattern after the first one of these claw marks scratching into the side of the etchings of dragons, lions, and goats, which often kind of decorate the outside of the houses here.
So you're saying that there's like claw marks that are defacing the not paintings but the carvings?
Yeah, well, just the general like sides of these houses. Like some creature kind of went out and destroyed or like slashed up a lot of these areas, but then they went back and tried to repair it. So you're noticing the repairs of these claw marks, kind of just wood that is slightly a different color, or there's little lines of glue, or a piece that's kind of like a piece of these etchings that have fallen off. It's not just exclusively in the etchings, but it's the etchings that you've noticed the repairs, because if it's just a plank of wood with a claw mark, you just replace the whole thing. But you don't really want to replace these nice, beautiful etchings, so you have to repair them.
Fair.
And they're definitely claw marks and not like antler marks, right?
Yes. No. These are old repairs. Not like old and ancient, but more so like it's been a couple of years.
A few years.
Yeah.
Rosemary's just like looking at the repairs and also the carvings. Her eyes keep catching on any of the like lion carvings. As she's walking, she still seems like a little bit distracted.
Rosemary, I have a question to ask of you, if you don't mind answering it.
Oh, yeah, anything.
What do you know of this tea leaf scandal? This night of horror?
The scandal? I don't know anything. I feel like I know the name Tea Leaf, but what do you know? What happened?
I unfortunately know nothing of what happened regarding this scandal. I know that the tea leaves are for some reason hated, or at least not trusted, here in Lonelywood. I know that they have been what seems to be exiled, and that they perhaps no longer live here in town. I know that they may have a cure or some sort of remedy for a disease that would be very helpful to people south of Icewind Dale. But other than that, I know not much of the Tea Leaf clan themselves. But you seemed rather adamant about the scandal and that perhaps it could be forgotten with our good deeds. Why is that?
It feels wrong. The tea leaves are here. They're in Lonelywood. So it just doesn't make sense. You say they're exiled?
Okay, I'll be right there.
That seems to be the case based on the discussion I had with the potion maker in Brinchander, and now with Speaker Huddle. It seems like they are not really to be found here. Am I incorrect?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make sense.
I'm going to step aside for just a second to deliver a macaron to a friend outside. But you guys keep discussing. Actually, take a pause, because I do need to listen to what you're discussing.
Okay.
Okay.
Plot relevance.
We will now be taking a brief recess.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
Let's all go to the
Lobby.
Some popcorn.
What? And get ourselves a snack.
Yeah, that's the actual words, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I couldn't remember them, so I filled in the hole in my memory.
It is raining cats and dogs outside.
Really? It's been dry here most of the afternoon.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm not too far from you.
I know I woke up to rain, and it just started downpouring again.
Fair. Well, maybe it'll make its way up to me here soon.
Maybe. Excuse me. Corey and his macaroons, supporting his wife's business.
Oh, what a loving husband.
How dare he?
Second.
What was that?
What was what?
What was what?
Oh, you did make a noise.
It sounded like someone moaned into the mic.
Oh, I grunted. That was not sensual.
Oh, okay. Shame.
No. Nope, that was
It's
just
not that kind of show, man.
no, that was just me being tired.
I heard a door close.
Yes, that is me
Maybe
as well.
recording. Oh. I keep turning my heat up. It's like, no, it is too hot for it to be 80 degrees inside of my apartment. This is why you don't get smart appliances, kids.
Did you say it's 80 degrees in your apartment?
It keeps turning it up to 78.
No, thank you.
Exactly.
I have returned. Sorry,
Welcome
it
back.
took a while. I did not know which fridge that my wife had put her macarons on. So, yes, return to y'all's discussion.
Well,
Are
so
you saying you believe that Speaker Huddle is hiding something? Or that there's something that we're unaware of?
it's just, you know, when, like, you have a dream and it feels real, but everything's off a little bit?
Yes.
It feels... Lonelywood feels like that.
Have you been here before?
I don't think so.
because I certainly have never been here before. This is the furthest north I think I've ever been. But perhaps it is something that we can discuss with Speaker Huddle and maybe get the truth if you feel there's something missing.
Rosemary just kind of like stops, and she like looks around, and she just kind of like turns on her heel and starts heading towards the lake. And she like is looking at the buildings like she's looking for something.
Yeah, Levi's just, he'll follow along, and I imagine that the dogs are happy to be moving at a quicker pace.
Yeah. Jam is complaining because he's an overweight boy.
Yeah, Levi follows.
Yeah. There's a new purpose to Rosemary's walking, almost.
Yeah, there's like a purpose to it, and she's like looking around, and she's kind of like mumbling to herself. It's like, not right. It's too big. They're too tall. Where is it? And she starts going from looking at the buildings to like looking at the trees, and she kind of like ducks almost like between buildings to like start looking at trees.
Hey, Rosemary. Hey, are you okay? What's going on? What are we looking for?
It should be like eye level somewhere, and she's like looking at the trees. And I think eventually she like stumbles upon one, and she like looks at it, and like there's a carving that's kind of around her like waist height, and she's very confused that it's so low.
Rosemary, are you remembering carvings from your childhood?
I did this a long time ago, and there's a carving, and it's a heart, and it has a B plus L in the middle. It's like it was taller.
Hold on.
And Levi, you're looking at this carving, and it looks much older than Rosemary. The wood has darkened, and you're not very experienced when it comes to reading nature, but even you can tell kind of the age of this. Giving your general understanding of how old Rosemary is, it seems older than her.
Rosemary, are you a time traveler? Have you found a way to manipulate space and time and go from child to adult and then back or forward? I don't understand how time works.
Instead of a half orc with a human and an orc, it's a half elf orc.
Who knows?
1 second, I need to ask a question.
Oh, yes.
We're asking the DM a question.
We're asking the DM a question.
We're whispering the DM a question.
Yeah, Rosemary just kind of like blinks at Levi, and she's like, "Who's Rosemary?"
Excuse me? Okay. We're gonna take a seat. We're gonna take a seat in the snow, and we're going to have a very intense discussion right now. Have a seat.
No, it's late. I need to get home.
Rosemary. Oh, actually, what? Okay. What is your name?
I'm Bree. Who are you?
Bree? Okay, see, that's what I was afraid of. I'm Levi. You and I are friends, and we've been traveling together for almost 3 weeks now.
No, I would remember that. I need to get home.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Bree. Give me 1 moment of your time before I let you go home.
Who is this strange shirtless man who's trying to keep me here in the woods?
I feel unsafe.
Bree,
Whistle.
we have just been walking our dogs, which we acquired together yesterday.
Yeah, do
you have any memory of this?
Rosemary, how do you react when you look down your hand to see a dog on a leash connected to you?
Oh, she just kind of like looks at it and she's like, I don't have a dog. And it like probably looks back up at her and is like waving its, like wagging its tail and like the tongue is lolling out.
And Levi looks at the tree and then looks back at Rosemary and realizes where he is, and he says, "Hey, Bree?
Yeah?
Just a question for you. Would you say that you are a halfling?"
Of course I'm a halfling. What do you think I am? Why are you... You're a weird-looking halfling, but you... Why are you...
I'm a human. I'm not a halfling.
If you were a human, you'd be taller.
You see, that's the funny part. Take a look at your hands for me.
Like, just like, what the hell are you talking about? Look at my... Oh my god!
Yeah, so I know you as Rosemary, the half-orc druid. Do you know what any of these words mean?
I mean, not in order.
Okay. Rosemary is my friend, who I walked into these woods with 2 minutes ago. And she is a half-orc that I met 3 weeks ago. And she is a druid in that she can do nature magic. These are all separate things, but they are all the same person. Now I need to understand, Bree. What is the last thing you remember?
Oh, that's a question.
It is a question. It's difficult for you. Roll me some history.
Okay.
I guess you could also roll intelligence. It's your choice.
Let me see which one is better. I don't think I'm very intelligent.
I guess I'm pretty sure they're actually the same.
They're equivalent. Yeah.
Unless you're proficient in history, it's the same.
Bree doesn't know shit.
Yeah, you just it's very fuzzy. You are having trouble remembering anything outside of what you like don't have to think about. Let's go with that. I don't know. It's like thinking about this makes your brain start to like become more fuzzy and befuddled.
Yeah. So Bree just kind of like, she looks like she's trying to think about it, and then she just like shakes her head, and her brows are furrowed, and she's like, I don't know. Listen, it's getting late. I need to make dinner.
Bree,
it can't be here.
Bree, I understand. I feel like you've been gone for a little longer than you think, and also you now look very different to what you used to look like. Now, if you wouldn't mind coming with me to Speaker Huddle's house, and we can discuss with our friends, or me and Rosemary's friends, and we can figure out how best to help you. Hey, Bree, what is your last name? Your family name? Your clan name? Whatever you prefer to refer to it as?
Wait, you said Speaker... Speaker... Huddle's not the Speaker. What are you talking about?
Okay. See, now, like I said, I believe your memory, there is a gap in it. And before we came into these woods, we walked with our dogs. And before that, we were at the speaker's house, and the current speaker is Speaker Huddle. Now, I know that may not be what you remember, but that is where we are at now.
Rosemary just kind of like blinks and like is staring at you, and like halfway through your sentence, she just looks very confused, and she like looks around, she's like, why are we in the woods? Levi, are you okay?
Levi just covers his face with his cloak for a second, and like just puts his head in his hands, and he says, "Okay, Rosemary? Yes?
Yeah?
I'm now talking to Rosemary.
Who the hell else would you be talking to? Are you okay?
Before any of this happens again, we're going to walk to Speaker Huddle's house, and we are going to have a discussion with Dell and Beta. Okay?
Okay. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about?
Oh, fuck.
Adele and BJ standing on the speaker's front porch. I sure hope Levi and Rosemary having a like totally normal walk. Nothing weird is happening.
Probably so. It's a pretty calm town.
But I mean, if you guys are standing on the porch, then you would have seen Rosemary just walk into the woods. Like,
Yeah, you just watch them walk into the woods.
Nah, we came out after that happened. We were finishing our conversation. You just came out and there's like, oh, well, wherever they are, they must have walked off pretty far.
and you just see them walk.
So just like come back out of the woods, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Hey, Corey,
Yes.
did we see or do we know of like an inn or anywhere where we're planning on spending the night?
Not so far. You really haven't been you really haven't been into the town of Lonelywood very much.
Perfect. I would like Levi to lead Rosemary out of the woods, and then the first person he sees, he's going to ask for directions to an inn or somewhere he can rent a room.
You come out behind a house as the halfling is like going into their house and like just stares at you like, what the hell? Why are you coming out of like my backyard? And you run up to him and it's like, sir, how are you doing? Sorry.
That's exactly what my voice sounds like. You're right.
Continue on though. This halfling is like key half in the lock. He's turning it open, and you rush up to him with Rosemary just in tow, and these
Sir,
two
excuse
large
me. I don't mean
sled
to bother you. I do not mean to bother you. I promise. I merely mean to ask you, where is the nearest inn in town where we can rent a room for the evening?
He kind of looks at you and, well, technically Tourmaline? He's kind of confused.
Is there not anywhere to sleep for travelers in this town?
Travelers often sleep with Speaker Nimsies. She has some nice rooms upstairs in her attic that are heated. Many of the guests stay with her, and adventurers that she can host and get them to go in. Otherwise, I mean, the Ramshackle closed down a couple of years ago.
Understood. Thank you.
Shame.
I apologize if we spooked you when we emerged from the woods. My friend here apparently had something that she needed to look at, but we are all good now, and I hope you have an excellent evening, and goodbye.
Yep, that's cool. And just opens the door and walks in and closes it. And you hear like a very forceful lock.
Yeah. Levi turns and he just kind of leads the way back to Speaker Huddle's house. Are Dell and Bitte on the porch?
Yes. Bitte's still munching on whatever few cookies that are left. And
Levi
Dell
looks
smoking again.
Levi looks panicked. Like he is walking swiftly with a purpose, and his eyes are wide. And as he approaches, he says, you, inside, upstairs, in a room where no one else can hear us right now.
Oh no, what did she do?
Bitte and Dell, roll me insight with an advantage to see if you can kind of tell a bit more about what might be freaking out Levi. Nope. Yes. Dell, you can kind of tell something's up. You've known Levi for some time. He's usually stirred into action like this when something major has happened. And Bitte, you're just like, oh, okay. Nothing more insightful than what he's basically said.
The cookies are very absorbing.
Yeah.
Levi walks inside, and I assume Speaker Huddle's inside.
Yes, she's still inside, kind of wrangling up her children, trying to put some
Speaker
little chicken
Huddle,
nuggets.
excuse me, Speaker Huddle.
Yes. What do you need?
The bed chambers upstairs, are they locked? Do we need a key?
Oh. Well, yes, thank you. The attic, go up the loft, and then there should be another stairs to go even further. The loft of the loft, as I like to say it. The loft. The lofty loft.
Yes, the lofty loft. Is it locked?
No.
Thank you. I would like to deposit my things. Goodbye. And he just goes. He goes up the ladder and he goes straight up there.
Rosemary, like, kind of like says, "Oh, thank you," and she's like following. She's like, "That was rude."
Is Beta physically able to follow?
Shit.
That's a good question. Honestly, it's hard to say.
Is anyone other than Dell physically able to follow?
Are Rosemary and Levi able to fit up here?
No. It's actually easy to say. Yes, the house is built for a human. Okay. She just has furnishings that are halfling sized. So when you get up to the lofty loft, it kind of like you get into a small little room or rather a small little hallway with kind of a door in front of you. Opening it up reveals like, and this door has a key just hanging on like the top right corner of the door frame. You just kind of grab it and opening it up, and you like immediately hit with this nice warm air in the attic. Just this large room with some kind of bedding, no beds, but just bedding on the floor. It looks comfortable enough, but it's not really. It looks like it's made to suit all sizes of people without having to be structurally like, I have a bed frame for a human. If there's a person bigger than that, well then they're just going to hang off of it, you know. Instead they just have like bedding you can kind of shove together and increase the size or decrease the size depending on how you need it.
That's an elegant solution.
Perfect. Yeah, Levi leads the way in and holds the door open for everybody.
Oh man, I used to love making little pallets like this with my brother.
You have a brother?
Yeah, I got a couple.
That's fair.
Nice.
That's fair.
Fair.
What is it like with your
Levi
brother?
is perturbed right now.
What was that, Bitte?
What was it like with your brother?
Yeah, what are your brothers'
One.
names?
Well, I've got one older, one younger. My older brother's name is Perseverance. My younger brother's name is what is his name? I have these written down somewhere, and I haven't looked at them in a while. It's a Steven.
Perseverance, Del Nadre, and Steven.
Yeah.
All such strange names.
Well, it's kind of an adoptive family. It's
Makes
a
sense.
weird mix.
Folks, I love the character expose we are getting. I have something very important to tell you. Would you mind taking a seat?
You know, I have 7 siblings.
Oh,
Oh, what are their names?
Sit down on the ground while this is...
Saulu, Yorgo, Moiro, Taurgo, Brego, and Brego.
How do you spell Brego?
Brego, B-R-E-A-G-H-G-O-H, and Bregao, B-R-E-A-G-A-O.
Darn. For some,
Levi, do you have any brothers?
They're twins.
I am an only child.
So am I.
Okay, that is beside the point. Listen up. We have a problem, a big one, a major problem.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Levi is uninterested in our personal lives.
No, that's not
That is a very big problem.
I am very interested in your personal lives. The big problem we have is Rosemary and I just went into the woods, and then she thought she was a different person.
What?
I find we often discover things about ourselves in the woods, yes?
Yes. Listen, we went into the woods, and she said she needed to look for something, and then apparently the something was a carving in a tree that she remembered for some reason, and then she referred to herself as Bree and said she was a halfling and that she lived here, and that Speaker Huddle was not the speaker, and that the tea leaves were still in town, and now she didn't recognize herself or Rosemary or the fact that she's a druid or a half-orc or Jam or me or anything that we've done for the past 3 weeks. She had forgotten all of it, and then randomly it all just came back. So I'm very confused and I'm very terrified of all of this because it's bad news and it's a problem and I don't know how to fix it. This is outside of my realm of expertise. I do swords, I don't do brains.
This is indeed troubling.
All right, I'll have to be our resident brain expert. I stand back up off the floor and I walk over and I start examining Rosemary's head.
Roll me inspection to see if you investigation to see as
What the heck, an inspection check?
Nice.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. Man, Rosemary has like a very clean scalp. You kind of made a mental note. Watch out, she may be the first one of us that...
Oh god, she's actually bathing.
Which is surprising because I have the hat of vermin.
Yeah.
It's because
That's what they clean your scalp while they're... You've just got a little mouth that's like eating all the dead skin and grooming.
Oh my god, that's what's been making the vermin. They're just amalgamations.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no. Anyway.
Oh, Rosemary. Do
Yes?
you feel like Rosemary?
Yes.
All right, she seems fine.
No, Drake.
Where did that voice come from?
Beta
That was my doctor's accent.
Oh.
And
That
shrink.
was my psychologist's persona.
You like
It's Dr. W.
You just take
Me too.
Rosemary, lay her down on like a slightly raised or inclined couch, off into the corner. You pull out a notebook out of nowhere, some glasses, light a cigarette, but just put it in a.
How do you feel about your mother?
BJ, I'm not sure if he was mocking you or what that was, but listen. Maybe we need to ask Speaker Huddle.
Then why'd
if
you
she
walk
knows
all
of
the way
anybody-
upstairs?
Well, I wanted to discuss it with you all first, but clearly you guys are just chock full of ideas.
Beta closes his eyes and runs the fingers of his right hand lightly along the horn on his hat, and he's going to focus his senses and attempt to detect planar portals within a mile.
You detect nothing. There are no planar portals. Okay, so planar portals specifically refers to portals to another plane, right? Not just like
Yes.
planar activity. I should say your
Are things coming through that planar activity?
No, but like your ranger subclass feature, is it specifically looking for planar portals, or does it specifically look for planar activity?
It says the location of planar portals, but if something's ripping itself out through another plane, I feel like that would count.
Right.
Yes.
So still no. But I was just trying to visualize something in my head right there.
Yeah.
And you said
What's
within
the lighting like?
You said within
Whatever this is,
within a
it
mile.
does not... Yes.
Okay, yeah. Still no.
Whatever this is, it does not seem that there was that it was planar in origin. So that is good.
All right, what's the lighting like up here?
Rather dim, I should say. There's like one
Or
lamp.
like a lantern or anything?
Yeah, there's a lamp that's at the top of at the top of the attic. You guys can reach fairly easily, and it provides a kind of a dim light.
All right.
There are lots of shadows in this room.
I'm gonna turn that off. I'm gonna pull out my 4 candles. And I'm gonna light those.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put them around Rosemary. All right, Rosemary, I'm gonna need you to lay down here.
Hey, are you? Is this a thing? Are you pranking
I'm
me?
attempting to contact the spirit known as, was it Brie? You said Brie?
Isn't that a type of cheese?
Yes, the other person's name was Bree.
Okay, I'm attempting to contact the spirit known as Brie. Give us a sign, Brie. Are you here?
I think Rosemary sneezes.
Yeah, there's no visible reaction between both Rosemary or any kind of corporeal spirit, incorporeal spirit, right? Because corporeal is just
She
a
kind of
regular
whispers,
body.
like, yeah. She kind of whispers, like, "Is it working?"
Shh, quiet, you.
Beta leans to Levi. Did you get a last name?
I tried, but the second I asked, she reverted back to Rosemary.
Well, now we know for the future. If it happens again, just ask the last name and you'll snap right out of it.
Now, Dell, this ritual you're doing, is this based on any kind of subclass, or is this more of a...
Fuck no.
Okay. Because I know, you mean your subclass is the Phantom class, so I was like, I didn't remember you having, like, some, like, ghost whispering technologies. But do you not have, like, Speak with the Dead?
No.
Through that? No?
Nope.
Oh. Okay.
I have a feature that gives me a bonus proficiency and a feature that gives me an extra range damage on my sneak attack.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
So...
then ghost shit for being a phantom rogue or whatever it is. That would be
But
too
I
cool.
will close my eyes and place my fingers on Rosemary's forehead, kind of like the way people would at like the planchette, like on an Ouija board.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like a whole bunch of like middle school kids with a Ouija board.
Yeah, exactly like that.
I'm pretty sure it's
And-
pronounced the Luigi board.
Can you burn a Ouija board?
Can you burn a Luigi board?
Can you burn a rosemary?
And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the same feature. Yes, actually. That.
All right.
Whispers.
So begin speaking.
All right. Bree, I call to you.
And now
Hello?
Dell is just, everyone else is watching Dell as he puts his hands on the head of Rosemary, but only Rosemary is hearing Dell's voice. And Dell's mouth is not moving.
Rosemary's is like, "Oh, that's a cool trick."
Shh, quiet, you.
Continue, Dell.
That's all I got.
Just hello?
I could just keep calling out the name Bree. Like, I mean, I don't have any other features to, like, draw her out with.
Does it do anything?
Bree, the one who loves L.
Rosemary, roll me a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Actually,
okay.
with advantage.
Is it I guess it doesn't matter.
It's public now.
or
Yeah.
okay.
I said it out loud.
Wisdom saving throw.
And just for the future, for you guys to be aware, any GM rolls that you send to me, they do get shown on the stream. Nobody else can see them, but they
just
pop
not
up
the other
there.
players.
It's just not for the other players in that moment.
I need to make sure no one else knows when I'm pickpocketing them.
Noted.
Rosemary checks her pockets.
So yeah, Rosemary, you nothing happens. You don't feel any like or like overcoming or another spirit or anything. You just are listening to Dell talk to you in your mind, which is, you know, something of itself, but not really related to the current predicament.
It's happened before.
Rosemary, what trick do you speak of?
Oh, he's talking, but he's not moving his mouth. Oh, you don't hear that?
No.
That's
I do not.
fun!
Belnadre, what
Visibly
sorcery are you
sweating.
doing?
I crack one eye and just like, it's just a thing. It's not like not
It's
really
just a
Drawing a
thing.
spell, right?
Now,
I don't know. It's just a thing I can do, and I speak directly into Levi's mind. It's just like sometimes I can talk to people, and they can hear me, but I don't have to say words.
Levi crosses his arms and his brow furrows, and he says, I don't like that. Please don't do it again.
Without moving his lips, Dell speaks directly into Levi's mind, as if you'd ever be able to stop me. And I wiggle my fingers.
Belnadre, can you read my thoughts?
No,
damn, you should have said yes.
I can guess at your thoughts, but
Are you lying to me, Belnadre?
no.
What am I thinking right now? And I, like, look like I'm concentrating really hard.
Something about animals.
I was thinking that Jam is a very good boy. He can read our thoughts.
Belnadre, I explicitly forbid you to read any of our thoughts. That is not a decent thing to do.
You guys probably have boring thoughts anyways. That's like... Look, I can't read your thoughts. It doesn't work like that.
Regardless of your lies, I'm telling you, don't read my thoughts,
Okay,
or I will hurt you.
fine.
Okay.
I won't do
Anyways.
that thing that I physically cannot do.
I
I can hear your thoughts if you think them at me.
Levi thinks a thought of Levi doing an explicit gesture that he would never do in real life.
Ooh.
Do y'all need to get a separate room?
Not like that.
Belnadre is actually like a little bit proud.
It was the middle finger, guys. Come on.
Sure it was.
Sure it was.
Yeah.
It's progress. Baby steps.
Soon enough, Levi will be telling people off on the street. Hey, you! Pick up that trash. I mean, rather, hey, you! It's okay that you put that trash on the ground.
But you should be better about it and pick it up.
Rosemary just kind of like sits up from like the center of the like candle circle, and she's like, "Listen, I don't remember walking into the woods, but I mean, I trust Levi, so if he says something happened, I mean, I believe him. I felt weird since we started getting close to town, but it's more just like I don't know, it's like a weird deja vu sort of thing, but I just kind of assumed it was because I'd been told so many stories of 10 towns.
No, listen, we were walking and I was asking you about the tea leaf scandal, and then you started answering about it, but then turned around and sprinted back towards the woods and said you had to find something, and then we found a carving of a heart that said B plus L, and then you turned around and you said that you had to go home and cook dinner, and I was very confused basically the whole time. It wasn't fun.
Yeah,
I promise.
I remember up until you said I turned around and started like walking the other way. I don't remember that.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, we were having a conversation and we were discussing the tea leaves, and you said that it was weird and that the tea leaves should be in town and that it felt like a weird dream that wasn't quite right. And then you turned around and you sprinted back towards the woods. And then you said your name was Bree and that you were a halfling. Now, I don't know if you've looked at your reflection recently, but you don't fit the bill of a normal halfling. Now, I'm not going to tell you
That's rude.
how you should identify, but I'm just saying you're a bit too tall to be a halfling.
How long have you known?
I mean, I'm the shortest in my town, at least of my, like, class, but okay.
Just like
All the other half-orcs are taller than I am, so I'm not that tall.
Now Levi crouches down and he puts his hands on his chin. And he's like, "Is this your way of telling me that you are a halfling? Just a very large halfling? And you're not actually a half-orc?"
Bro, she's green.
It could be a skin condition, I don't know.
Let's not bring race into this, sir.
Once upon a time,
Your questions were written.
my people once thought of ourselves as halflings of the stone giants. It is all somewhat relative.
I mean, when you're like 10 feet tall, everyone probably looks like a halfling.
Yeah.
This is true, and I look like a halfling compared to some things that I have seen. But it is not the most important.
So, do we just want to forget this ever happened and go on with our lives and do nothing about it?
I feel like
Put away
we
for
should-
reference material. It's important. It's worth knowing.
and keep an eye out for anyone whose name starts with an L. Was it close to
Everyone
anyone
slowly
in
turns to look at
particular's
Levi.
Rosemary's like, is that why you took me out in the woods?
Levi had a past relationship with somebody there.
Have you ever visited Lonelywood before, Levi?
Do you know a halfling
You
named
lived
Bree?
here for any amount of
No,
time?
I do not. I've
What-
never been here before.
Was it a B or an R? And
Insight
she's just
check.
kind of blocked it all out of her memory that you tried to ask her out.
No, why is this turning on me? This is
It's-
I'm so why is
No,
Levi's
I believe
bullshitting
you
me.
completely. I'm just ruling out every possibility.
No, I have never been to Lonelywood before. No, I've never met a woman named Bree. Or maybe I have, but definitely not a halfling from Lonelywood named Bree. And I definitely haven't carved a heart that says B plus L into a tree in Lonelywood, considering that I've never been here before.
That's true. He would probably think that's like defacing property or something.
It is defacing property if that tree belongs to someone.
Trees belong to no one.
Trees belong to themselves.
Are you gonna unionize trees now?
Yes. Don't test me.
Alright. Well, whatever it was, it seems to be gone now. I can't get it to talk, so it's probably not persistent.
Is it now?
In addition,
I mean, I'm not gonna potentially misgender your spirit.
now, in addition, while Rosemary and I went on our stroll, we noticed there were some large scratch mark damages to the buildings in town that have been repaired a while ago. But this could be important.
Would be to recognize this description.
That's a good
Would you have seen them
question.
before?
I mean, how much of that would be consistent with moose attacks?
No,
It
these
looked
are
like
specifically,
antlers.
they are claw marks and not antler marks.
Yes. Moose
I checked.
do
I
like
asked the
to-
DM.
Moose will rub their antlers as they are growing to mark territory and sharpen and help stimulate growth, but it would not typically be confusable with claw marks. And it tends to be spread across the bark in an area rather than in specific gashes.
You know a lot about meese.
Me?
I think it's moosin.
Moosin. Mooses.
The descriptions of the claws don't really pop anything up in your head, Bite, but they definitely do not remind you of yetis. That we can You can at least do that one off, mostly because the claws were 3 claws, whereas Yetis have 4 claws when they slash.
I have
Sometimes
seen
5.
these. I've seen these markings before. It is not uncommon to have various wild animal attacks in these areas, though they do tend to attempt to stay out of the civilized areas. It may, if I recall, these are 3-toed claws, or fingered, as it may be, which does not match with overly many creatures. Beta begins musing on what animals have 3 toes.
Sloths.
Perhaps.
Sloths.
Perhaps.
We can keep
Well,
an
I
eye out
imagine-
when we're looking for the moose.
Yes, and perhaps we may be able to correlate the locations of some of these scratches to figure out if there is some other incipient danger to the people here.
It did look like they were a few years old, like they've been repaired since then, so maybe it was something that attacked in the past? Well, I mean, obviously it was something that attacked in the past, but it might not be like a present danger.
Something that attacked in the future.
Yeah, got time-traveling bears.
Goddamn quantum polar bears.
Got Rosemary's got a time traveler in her, and now we got bears too.
As we approach the day of the polar bear attack, all of the scratches and gash marks begin to like fade. Why, they're almost completely gone. Oh no!
Back to the Future, but reverse, I guess.
So like Tenet.
Yeah. I haven't
Dungeons and
actually seen it,
Dragons,
but yes.
Day of Future Past, Future Past, Past.
Yes.
With bears.
With bears.
It's all the
Featuring
X-Men,
bears.
but with like bears as the actors. With like Bear
Yeah.
Cyclops. And
Except for
bears.
Wolverine, who is played by an actual Wolverine.
Levi
The
stands
shock.
up kind of in frustration, and he just like walks over to the other side of the room and grabs a pillow and just lays down.
Screams
And
into it.
just wraps his cloak around himself and just like tries to go to sleep.
At this-
How late in the day is it?
We'll say at this point it's sunset, just a little bit past sunset. There's a slight glow in the sky, but for the most part it is getting dark. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Rosemary just says, Levi, sorry I got possessed when we went on a walk. I won't do it again.
You do not have to apologize. He doesn't roll back over. He just you do not have to apologize. It was not your fault. It was just rather disconcerting. And then to tell everyone and then have everybody turn it on me hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry.
All right. Are you guys planning on heading to bed now that you're already up there?
Might as well.
I pull
Yeah.
some kind of piece of like a ration or something, food item out of my pack. I'm gonna tear pieces of it off and like throw them at Levi while he's trying to sleep.
Well, Rosemary's gonna go, take care of the dogs and our animals and try to find a place for them.
Yeah.
Beta will help.
And or bring
Pieces
them
of
one by one
flatbread.
up to the loft.
Beta will help them with that. He'll snap some leaves and dig out a little section where they can all kind of cuddle together, or stake them out separately depending on their temperaments.
Oh, well, you could also use the shed that's kind of in front of her house that is used often for animals, specifically sled dogs.
You can do that.
That shed dogs.
Shed
Shed
dogs.
dogs.
Yeah, you could do that, or you could do what you're describing. Both are acceptable.
We'll make sure that they are well fed and that they are loved. We'll give them all scritches.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the scritches.
All right. I need everyone to roll me a perception check real quick.
Levi, are you mad at me?
Yeah.
Tunk another piece of flatbread.
Is it just him and Dell in the room?
Yes.
He like rolls over, like just in time, like as you throw one, and it just kind of bonks him right in the forehead. And he scowls and he says, "No, I'm not angry with you. I'm merely concerned about our future. With all of this drama in Lonelywood, and now Rosemary, with whatever that was, and the disappearance of the Tea Leaf clan and my inability to resolve this, I fear that we aren't getting anywhere." Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. You know, it might be something with the town. I don't know. I felt kind of spacey when we first got in here. I don't know.
No, please not you two.
I mean, I don't know. It was just kind of.
Do you have weird ties to this town that you need to tell me about right now in this moment?
No. No, I've never been here. I read about Lonelywood a little bit, but I mean, mostly just from a, like, commerce standpoint.
Fair. How did your negotiations go? Did you get us a lot of money?
I got like 35 gold and the future
Each,
promise
right?
of cookies. Well, no, I think it was more of just like a one-time fee. But the good thing about this town is everyone here is like shady AF. So
So you're telling
they're
me I'm in a town of Del Nadres?
hey, I mean, no. That's not really a fair comparison. They're like really obvious about it.
So you hide your shenanigans. What you're saying
Shenanigans is a
I
good
should
word
keep a
for
more
it.
watchful eye on my belongings, is what you are saying.
Don't touch your stuff.
Good.
He's already checked it out and noticed, and he knows you don't have anything he wants.
Yeah, you know, I mean, to be honest, there probably wouldn't be much. Del Nadre probably just pictures Levi's like entire bag is just sword polish and like ab polish.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You gotta have different polishes for your sword and your abs.
Yeah.
He does.
No, what I'm saying is, you know, we'll probably be here for a little bit. We just keep our eyes open, you know, keep our ears to the ground. We can probably find out plenty of stuff to negotiate for towards the end of our encounters with the speaker here.
Del Nadre.
So
Now, as a speaker, if you can get any information on the Tea Leaf halflings, it is imperative that I return this axe to Arten's family.
got it. Give you a little
Thank you.
okay symbol and a wink. And then toss a piece of flatbread at you.
He catches it in his mouth, and then he rolls back over to go to sleep.
Impressed.
So for those who are still upstairs, roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Oink.
All right.
How'd I do?
So
Nice.
both Carson and Ben, you hear ever so faintly, "Help!" One time.
What was it again?
Help! Very faint, off into the distance. Once.
Levi, for a second, he just like is wrapped up in his cloak, and he's just like, "Haha, Del Nadre, very funny."
Does Beta feel like that is a trap?
What?
There are things in the Lonely that will call out and trick people,
Ooh,
and that just keys in his shit.
I
And
like
he's just
that.
like,
The lonely.
Some Magnus Archives shit.
Right?
That was not the original intention when I came up with the concept, but the High Lonely is what he calls the high mountains where people do not tread.
So no, your insight check, you feel as though that it is It's a genuine call to help, but you don't know what the call is about. If that makes sense. Like, it could be somebody screaming help, as in like, oh shit, this this log is falling and I need somebody to help me, from like maybe the mill. It could be somebody shouting help from the docks because they need somebody to, help them lift up this giant ass, knucklehead trout. You don't quite tell what the help is. You just know that it is
someone trying to get their cat named Help to come back inside.
It is a
Beta will say, it could be nothing, but better safe than with a corpse. That is the saying, yes. And begins hastily. I don't feel like there's a window on this building that he could vault through, so he is going to go back down through.
Well, you heard it.
Oh, I assumed y'all were still in the shed.
Yeah, we were in the shed.
You
we're
heard
still
it when
in the
you were
shed.
outside, which is why
Perfect.
you did not roll with disadvantage.
Perfect.
So yes, and I think Levi had made a comment as well before we get into what you were doing. Before we get into you running off, Bete, Levi, I believe you made a comment about, haha, very funny, Dale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dale's just like, what's funny?
Why are you fake screaming quietly help? That's such a weird prank to play. I'm trying to go to sleep.
That wasn't me. I'm just getting dressed.
Oh, please, I don't have the patience for your lies. I'm tired. Just tell the truth and let me go to sleep.
I am telling the truth. I mean, I was about to sneak out. I'm not trying to grab your attention or anything.
And Levi sits up very quickly and he says, "Why didn't you say that? Somebody needs our help. Let's go, get dressed."
Dale's just like completely like wrapped up in black at this point. Got like the ninja mask like pulled up over my nose.
Come on, let's go. Someone needs our help. You can go do illegal garbage later that I will chastise you for after. Later.
Nothing. You don't even know what I was doing. Fine, let's
Why
go.
are you dressed like that?
Sneaking.
That's probably whatever you're gonna do after the sneaking is probably illegal.
Not necessarily.
Let's go. People need our help.
Okay.
All right. So, Bete, your knowledge of being in the woods, and well, just being a ranger in general, you're able to.
And because I can, I vault out the window.
Levi grumbles and he goes down the ladder and the stairs and whatever else BS he has to do to get out of the house.
So, Bete, now when you hear that, was that like a moment where you're just you start walking that direction, or do you tell Rosemary, hey, I'm gonna go check this out, or do you say invite her with you, or you just somebody needs my help, I need to go?
Yeah, Beta would say, did you hear that? Someone calling for help.
Did I hear that?
You did not.
I say I didn't, but if someone needs help, let's go.
So yes, it could be. I mean, it could be anything, but better safe than sorry in this darkness.
Exactly. I'd rather you not go alone.
Yeah.
Okay. So
and Beta will let out a little barking whistle or something that he's done a few times on the trail to kind of alert the party of where he is or that he's seen something, to try and get Dell and Levi's attention a little bit, and he'll kind of start off at a jog.
I imagine at that point Dell just comes out the window.
Yeah.
Oh god, the Shadowmans are attacking.
Superhero landing in the snow.
Rosemary's like, "Oh, hey, Dell."
So are you saying that you jumped from the third floor of this building to the ground?
Probably not all the way to the ground. I mean, if there was an awning or something on the second floor or whatever that I can slide out to and then jump from.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
a drain pipe that I can slide down.
He did free runner shit.
Yeah,
I'm doing ninja shit
into a snowbank.
So yeah, you kind of you hit the ground as Bete and Rosemary are already making their way towards the lake. Bete, you knew that the sound came from the north, and so with the trees in the way, you kind of just walk along the normal pathway of the town towards the lake.
Oh
up
shit!
north.
I didn't put on my snowshoes. fighting
It's a
to catch
town.
up while knee deep in the snow.
It's a town. I imagine the roads aren't like snowed in, are
Yeah, well, there is a lot of snow, but the roads are very commonly pressed down, so the pathways are easily able to be maneuvered without a snowshoe. That's not to say that your footing is for sure, but as long as you just make a general pace about it without having to rush too much, you do perfectly fine.
Oh no, I'm trying to rush.
Yeah. No, you are fine, Del. You are fine.
I can just do like Legolas and run along the top of the snow, right?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I'm too light to sink. I'm a scrawny boy.
So yeah, you definitely heard the town in this general northern area, or the sound in this general northern area. It's a bit darker now. The sun has completely gone down and the darkness is setting in, and there are less and less people out. Almost like a skeleton crew of townspeople still there. A couple people on the docks as you walk past them. Levi in the rear, Dell kind of at a pace that's keeping up with Bitte and Rosemary, but not really catching up with them. And
Just
Bitte,
fine, because I wouldn't know where to go.
And Bitte and Rosemary are going forward, leading the pack. So you guys walk. It takes you a very short amount of time to get around the corner and to the northern little loop, or northern edge of Lonely Wood. And at this time, the snow is beginning to get a bit more heavier. The darkness combined with this slightly thicker blanket of snow makes it a bit difficult for you to keep moving forward. Bitte, you're unaffected by this because you can never get lost. Rangers. Right? You have that. You took that one and not Tasha's other.
Yeah, I stuck with the revised for that.
Gotcha. So that's what the Deft Explorer? No. No.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah.
I think it's the Natural Explorer, but
Right.
I'll find it.
Yeah, Deft Explorer is the new one. So you continue.
Yeah, I ignore difficult terrain.
Right, and you don't get lost when you're looking for something, so you're aware of where you need to go, and kind of there's just this slightly snowed on, like the snow has fallen on this figure that's on the ground.
You said it's dark, so I can't really see.
Yeah, for everyone besides Bitte, well, you have Rosemary, you have night vision. Bitte, you have night vision? You do
Bitte
not.
does not have night vision.
I think Rosemary, having learned that her friends can't really see in the dark, she's going to cast Continual Flame.
Okay, that's good.
So she has essentially a torch.
Gotcha.
It's just a fancy second level spell that gives you a torch.
Right, I'm gonna burn this second level spell slot to...
I mean, we're about to go to sleep probably, so...
Yeah,
Probably.
But I mean, that goes forever, so you can just stick that torch in a sack, and then whenever you need light, you pull it out of the sack.
True.
Nice.
Very true. So yeah, you kind of light it up, and Rosemary and Bitte, you have a better look as now this figure, you notice the dark shadow, so to speak. This dark, let's say a shadow kind of pooling out from underneath this figure.
That looks different than like the normal sort of shadow.
Yeah, well, you're not close yet. You've just now noticed the figure. So as
This is a standing figure or or a prone figure?
prone.
Rosemary will call out, it's like, hey, are you okay?
There was no response.
Bitte will approach and attempt to see if the person is alive or not.
So as you approach, and I'll draw exactly where this person...
Also, I just realized that Continual Flame needs 50 GP of gemstones, so I don't do that.
So you instead just pull out a regular corpse.
Torch, not corpse.
Torps. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Good catch.
I'll do Flaming Sphere because same difference.
Okay.
Just if I need to ram it into anything.
Oh god.
So there's a 5-foot diameter sphere of fire that's following me for a minute.
When that comes up, Beta will pull out an actual torch and just light it off there and say. So he has one, and
that is convenient.
Yeah.
and
That'll
he'll
work.
he'll stick it in the snow so that it kind of stands up on its own.
Yeah,
and
so-
he'll do that with like 2 torches.
As you guys approach and all this light that's coming from the roadways, you've noticed some people, really just one person, this house right over here next to the mill, has kind of like opened their window to look at you and then quickly shut it, like slammed it shut when they noticed a 5-foot like flaming ball. Is it a flaming ball or is it like a ball of light?
It's a flaming ball.
Flaming ball, yeah.
5-foot diameter sphere of fire.
Yeah, so they're just
That's
like,
one hot ball.
they're just like, yeah, I'll just throw this down. It's starting to melt the ice as well, or the ground, the snow that's on the ground. There's within the where you guys are, the snow just is kind of like turning into a little mist, a slight sprinkle, so to say. And as you approach closer to the body, you notice now this dark shadow that was pooling out from the person was blood.
I would like to examine the person and check if they're alive, and if not, how they died.
They kind of just like not really grumble, but like whimper as you just kind of start shifting them around a little bit. Like,
Rosemary's immediately gonna cast Cure Wounds on him.
You kind of like you hear his like a breath of relief as the pain kind of subsides. But still,
Are you okay? Who did this? Or what did this?
no response, just a heavy breathing.
Is it a halfling? Describe this individual,
He is a human.
if you would.
He looks to be dressed in some woodsman type clothing, and he is kind of in and out of unconsciousness, so to speak. You can kind of see some fluttering of his eyes, and he is kind of. And at this point, have you rolled him over? Because he was flat, face down in the dirt, with his head kind of tilted off to the side, so not face down, but his body. Was down.
Yeah. After the initial healing, Beta would have rolled him over.
You roll him over to see a very grievous wound in his stomach, something that looks like it was hastily cauterized, but was not fully able to stop the bleeding. Upon closer inspection, you notice some more drops of blood coming from the edge of the town as it continues up along the banks of the Mare dwelled on. He kind of just he regains consciousness for just a second and looks up at you, his eyes full of fear. He just mutters, "Moose."
Sorry, it's an emotional moment, but I'm just laughing at this grievously wounded man just like, moose!
All he wanted was
say-
sweet chocolate before he died.
He wanted
Like,
some
was-
hair product.
Was there anyone with you? Is anyone else out there?
He Moose.
Beta will begin scanning the distance of the night for any shapes.
Your
any-
lights, the lights from your torch and flaming spear, casting shadows. And at this point, Dell and Levi have caught up, kind of walking up to this situation happening. And your lights and the flaming spear are casting shadows on this slowly encroaching wall of snow. Like as you see, like a thundercloud spraying down a blanket of rain, so too does this storm or this snow slowly just approach you
Coming from which direction?
It's like a.
from the northeast.
You say it's just like snow approaching. It's not like a solid wall.
It looks like a solid wall. just because it's like a wall of rain approaching you, but instead of rain, it's
Okay.
snow.
Okay, but it's like
It's not
it's
like
a blizzard.
Yeah, it's not like a solid
I
wall
thought
of snow.
for a second you were just being colorful in how you were describing this white moose.
Oh, no. This absolute unit of a man. No, just this almost unnatural, rather not unnatural, a strange weather
Phenomenon.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
We need to get in from the
Dragon
cold.
to the mill.
Would you call it a blizzard? This phenomenon, or
No,
Phenomena.
because blizzards you have a lot of wind. This just seems to be like a wall of like snow that's moving towards
like a supernatural?
something odd, but you
I
can't.
mean, is it falling or blowing?
It's falling down, but you can't like rule out this could be the cause of the unnatural winter or everlasting winter.
It's like, have you ever been like right on the edge of a thunderstorm and like it's like pouring down rain like on one side and completely dry on the other? I'm imagining it like that, but snow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where one side has a very thick amount of snow and the other side just has a light dusting of snow.
Beta, feeling that the magical healing Rosie has given to this person must have been sufficient at least to keep them alive for now, is going to call out, we need to get to shelter now, and will grab this person just by their shirt, by the front of their coat, and hoist them up into the air and start running for the mill.
For the mill or for the speaker's house?
I mean, how
The mill is
quickly is this
here.
approaching? Does Beta feel like they would have time to run back to the speaker's house?
It's not so well. It's very slowly approaching, so you definitely think you'd have time to just out. I mean, there's no immediate threat of danger, just putting you on edge from this wall of snow. But the mill is right there. Like you're literally just past it. So it is
Double dashing to the mill.
it is an easy option to go to the mill, which just gets you out of the snow. However,
But there's no fire going on there.
there's nothing. The mill is closed for the night, so there's nothing there. It's just trying to get out of the snow, which would help this person, yes, but getting it to someplace warmer with people would help it more. You could go to the house that's right next to the mill. That would have a person there.
Pass up the
Take 'em back to the
get
speaker's
snowed
house.
in at the haunted mill in the middle of the night. Are you crazy?
Okay, yeah. So
I'm headed
Beta
for the
will-
mill.
Now, I do want to have a perception check on everybody, but Bitte you get to make without disadvantage, and everyone else is with disadvantage.
Okay.
Why with disadvantage?
Because of your lack of experience in the general thickness of snow that might be more common of the high lonely.
That's fair.
So
Yeah.
Carson, you're able to almost just for a moment you see this shadow in the snow, the wall of snow. You don't know what it was. It was larger than a human. It looked to be standing on all fours. It kind of was waiting there and then walked away as you guys began dragging the person.
Does the snow seem to follow it?
No. But that
Okay.
also depends on how long you're waiting out there.
Yeah, so Beta has the guy over one shoulder. He reaches down and plucks up the two torches that he stood in the snow and holds them in one hand, and he hands one to Levi's always carrying a torch, but he hands one to Dell and says
Oh, I'm gone. I'm already double dashed off to the mill.
Why are you going to the mill?
It's nearby.
There's no fire in there, food.
Come.
You just got fooled.
Is he coming?
I'm standing underneath the overhang at the mill, just like, where are we going?
To the speaker's house.
God.
So yes, you guys.
I thought we would go catch the thing that did it.
In the middle of
You
the
don't
night.
want to be going out into that.
Levi scowls and grabs his stuff and then starts heading back to the speaker's house.
Yeah.
Rosemary will eventually, I mean it's probably been a minute, so her flaming sphere goes out, so she'll take the other torch.
Yeah. Yeah, Beta trails behind them, looking back over her shoulder and like keeping an eye on its progress, and kind of guides them from behind back, like cutting through the woods behind these houses to the speaker's house.
Rosemary, roll me a wisdom saving throw as you guys cut through what looks like, as you guys pass this little area right over here, it looks like it's a ghost town. All the rest of the areas have had like roads that have been commonly walked. There is only a very slight little rut or indention that goes down, leading all the way to the house just north of what looks to be a mill.
I got a 15. Does anything about this catch my eye, or am I too distracted by the
You
the
are
rescue mission?
You are still distracted, but you just, for a brief moment, look down there and think of home.
Okay, Rosemary's probably gonna like stop and or falter in her tracks and just kind of like look and like furrow her brows, but she has more important things to do, so she's gonna like pick up the pace and head back to the speaker's house.
Okay, and describe to me, what order are you guys walking back to the speaker's house? Obviously, Bete is in first, and I would have to say obviously Dell is last because he didn't want to really leave.
I'm just trying to follow right behind Levi and walk in his footsteps.
So Levi, are you behind Rosemary or are you in front of Rosemary?
Probably behind Rosemary. First of all, Levi would rather be at the very back, but just so that nothing sneaks up on anybody. Also, he has dark vision, so he's good there. But he would want to keep a close eye on Dell so he didn't get left behind in the snow.
Okay. So Levi, roll me perception. See if you notice this momentary lapse of Rosemary just stopping for a second and looking off longingly into the distance. You do. You notice this. You notice her like kind of walk and then stop, falter in her steps a little bit, look off to the left where there should have been no reason to look off there, and then kind of like reluctantly almost maybe, or just kind of like I'll deal with that later kind of mentality and continue on after Bete.
Rosemary, did you see something?
No, I didn't see anything. It just, I don't know, it feels weird. I'll have to check it out later, probably.
Okay, let's do that later.
Yeah.
Now's not really the time for another.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
I'd rather hang out with Rosemary than Bree this evening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing it on purpose, but yeah, I kind of figure, like, yeah, we got to take care of this guy.
Sounds good. Lead on.
How loud?
Del,
Now
are
that
you
there's
good back
actually a spoken interaction. Am I aware of what's going on?
I mean, probably. We're not, like, I imagine we're not, like, whispering, but we're also not, like, yelling.
Yeah, you didn't quite notice her longing.
Right, but I'm saying now that there was like an actual conversation.
Yeah, you do notice it. Yes, you also notice, and if you actually roll me perception.
Okay.
Because you
I've
have
been
different.
extremely perceptive tonight. Yep.
You also notice that the ground is white. No, you notice nothing more than their conversation.
I am dead focused on Levi's footsteps and trying to follow in the
Not
path
dying
that he's
tonight.
cutting through the snow.
Yeah. So you guys continue making it down, and we will say we join the party as Bitte is bringing this person through the front door of the speaker's house. The lights are off. The children are in bed. Nimsy is sitting in the common room reading as you guys kind of burst in to her house.
Apologies for the late hour, Nimsy. We have found another victim.
Another wait. We need a victim. Did you guys kill somebody in my town?
No, he was talking about a moose, which I assume is the same moose that you said is attacking loggers.
Oh God, I hope so. 2 moose? Could you imagine? We'd have too many
meese.
We'd have too many meese problem.
Moosin.
Yes, she kind of like looks up and brings her candle, which she was reading by, over to one of her local, one of her lanterns nearby to give a bit more light in the room. And she immediately notices the body of the hunter that you have kind of laid down on the ground, laid down on a chair. Where are you putting this body, Bitte?
Beta would kind of ask, where should we put him?
Is that? Oh shit, he's back. Oh God, quickly, come on this way. And she kind of brings you guys off to a small room. Looks to be like a guest room for some halflings. Shoving the sheets and the other stuff off the bed just to give you just the base bed. She's like, okay, put him down here. Is he alive?
Seems to be.
Oh God, oh Zeke.
Beta lays him down.
Oh, poor Zeke.
How do you know Zeke?
Who's this guy?
He's a townsperson of Lonelywood. One of our hunters. He went off with a group a week ago. Probably not a week, maybe 4 days or so. Just a little bit before the recent group of adventurers that got killed. All of our loggers and some of our other hunters weren't able to find him. I don't know where he went. But it seems that he went somewhere that was not good for him. Look at this mess. What did he do? Oh God. I don't know if we can help this man.
Well, Rosemary has already administered some healing. I mean, she might be able to.
Yeah, you brought him back to being conscious, which, I mean, why? Did you want him to suffer more? He was knocked out. You could have just administered aid, but you woke him up. He's feeling this pain.
I just tried to heal him.
Goodness.
He definitely made noises indicating that he was feeling better off.
I mean, I'm sure, but okay, fine, quickly, and she routes kind of lists off things that she needs from her kitchen as she begins to kind of rip open his like clothes and try to determine how much damage he has. He has a significant amount of frostbite on his chest, which had been kind of just bare to the wilderness, and there is a large like wound on his chest, which he, as I mentioned earlier, he had roughly cauterized.
Can I make a medicine check to try to help?
Of course.
Yeah. And Peter will help with that medicine check.
I got a nat 20.
Rosemary needs it.
Excellent.
Get out of my way.
So, his cauterization, it looks like he had gotten gored. His intestines probably fell out at some point. And he tried to shove it in and try to like seal his skin closed, but he cauterized part of his intestines as part of like the seal, so to speak.
This guy's a fucking badass.
Yeah,
it's not good.
The amount of willpower he had to have had to go through all this and then still make his way back here, even if it was just 10 feet of walking with this kind of wound.
Let me just pick up my guts off the ground and then walk back to town.
Yeah.
So I have potentially 4 casts of Cure Wounds. I'm almost imagining kind of like, you know how sometimes like they'll re-break a bone to try to set it correctly?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost imagining like trying to take care of some of the other damage and then maybe like trying to unseal the part of his guts that he cauterized shut, because that's not gonna be good.
Yeah.
And then healing wound, cure woundsing it back.
Right. So how much experience do you say Rosemary has in true medicine beyond just first aid?
She has a +6 medicine.
+6. Okay. So you've probably and Coldahard has often provided assistance to those who come to town, maybe injured. Druids in general have kind of more of a natural approach to things, but this is a very much a surgical approach. How confident do you think Rosemary is in performing surgery?
I have in her backstory that she used to like take home injured animals and like nurse them back to health, so I imagine she's done at least some like veterinary surgery before, which I mean, like, we're all animals in the end, so
Could you imagine, like, Rosemary bringing home a squirrel, cutting its chest open, and just casually fixing it on the dining room table as a child?
Basically.
If you would like to attempt surgery, like, it's very much what this gentleman needs, is to be cut back open, his intestines put back inside, healed with some sort of salve, which I'm sure you can make. And
I have a herbalism kit.
And then, so that's one approach. The other approach is to just keep him comfortable and alive until somebody with more non-nature-esque, non-veterinary experience comes. Nimsy says that there's not really somebody in town, but she could, send a scout to Tourmaline, which is a much larger city than Lonelywood.
What are the odds that he dies before the surgeon gets here?
Depends on there is a risk. There's about as much of a risk, maybe a slight lower risk. It really depends on how Rosemary, how your confidence is to perform surgery on this person. I mean, this is much more than just with an animal.
I feel like as long as she has help, she is comfortable with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If she has the extra pair of hands of the speaker and maybe like Bitte.
Don't need Dale. Don't need Dale.
Unless Dale wants to do surgery.
Nah, as soon as surgery starts, Dale is out.
I was gonna say Dell's the one with the nimblest hands.
Yeah. Beta's medical experience has been primarily like broken bones and dealing with frostbite, but he's also probably had to patch people up from animal attacks in the past, potentially including disemboweling, but he was never the like, oh yeah, this is your being disemboweled, healed. It's like, this'll do until someone gets here.
Right. This is just
I
will shove your intestines back inside you and then wrap you up with like a wrap.
Yeah.
And that's
it's like
slap the hood of the
and
car.
pine pitch.
Excellent.
Leather, pine pitch, and occasionally some stitches.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I feel like this is like something that Rosemary is surprisingly comfortable with. Like, she's like, I mean, it's all the same, like, skin, muscle, guts, and all that sort of stuff, so, like, a human isn't really any different than an animal as long as you fix it up right, and she's good at medicine.
Okay.
Meat is meat.
All right, Rachel. Well then, Rosemary, let's get into this then. We're gonna do 3 sets of checks. You have a best of 3 to succeed. Failing does not prevent you from going to the next check. It's just it affects his overall livelihood once the whole thing is done.
I'm also going to cast guidance on myself for each step.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't forget to quote, talk yourself through it.
So yes,
if Levi and Beta help in any way they can, could we give her like advantage?
Yeah, Beta can help with his medical proficiency.
I see you
Medicine.
out of my,
Who
my
here-
character sheet.
Who is proficient in medicine? You, Bite? Bite?
Yeah.
Okay. Levi, are you proficient?
I am not.
Okay, so only Bite would be able to help.
Yeah. So Beta's like holding stuff in place and at different points like stopping to mix up the salves.
So I would say, Bita, you can provide advantage on one check every phase for your assistance. Rosemary,
Okay.
you can continue using guidance every time, but that's a good question. You can use guidance on the first and the last phase. So the phases would be opening him up. Phase 2 would be fixing whatever's inside. Phase 3 is closing him up. But when you're fixing whatever he's inside, it'd be hard for you to cast something like a magical incantation.
Oh yeah.
Unless guidance doesn't need your somatic.
No, it's verbal and somatic.
Yeah, so yes. You would be able to do it when you're opening him up, or you are closing him down. Or closing him up.
Okay. Does the herbalism kit factor in anywhere in here?
Checks
It doesn't have to.
It will factor in the end goal, but not not with the checks. Actually, no. You will make these checks with your herbalism kit. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Because that's basically making a check with medicine, but better, right? Or does it not?
Is it? Let me see. Wisdom.
I
think it might be equivalent. Yeah, they're both +6.
Okay, so then we'll say that instead it is just it affects your ability to help his recovery at the end.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that roll count as my first phase?
No.
Since they're the same, I feel they should.
I mean, it's the same, but it's the same thing.
Fine. I'll be nice. All right, so it begins. You have all the materials you think you need, and you may begin surgery. You've successfully cut around the intestine part that is kind of part of the outside cauterization, and now you have to begin cutting more down his stomach.
I don't want to seriously interrupt any of this stuff, but just as a side note, the entire time this is going on, Dell is sneaking upstairs, putting his pillow underneath the sheets to look like someone is still there, and then sneaking out the window.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So how do you make a mention? How do you tell the group that you're leaving? Do you just kind of iris exit?
No, as soon as the surgery starts, I'm like, oh, blood, and I'm running.
Okay. Levi, you're still there to help?
As much as I can, and if that's like just giving them water and snacks, then that's what Levi's doing.
Sounds good. All right.
Can I get you anything, hun? You got enough to drink there?
All right. So we'll get to what Blake is Dal Nadre is doing after we're done with this.
Yeah,
surgery.
no, don't worry about me. I'm just...
So in the meantime, so your one check is good to go, Rachel. Let's what is Rosemary going to do with the second check?
All right. So the middle one is the one that I'll need advantage on. From
so you still have it's best of 3 for phase 1.
Oh, best of 3. Okay. In that case, I'll just do this, and then those will be my 1, 2, 3. Oh. So my best would be 25. I think Carson rolled my guidance for me.
You, yeah. So you don't really need his assistance at the beginning. It's both a 25 and a 23, allowing you to. You're able to cut as best as you can his stomach back open.
Mm-hmm.
Levi and Bite are assisting with the blood, kind of keeping it inside, and adding gauze and kind of soaking up anything. And now you are in the process now of kind of rearranging his insides so that his...
The doctor said all the bleeding was internal. That's where the blood is supposed to be.
Exactly.
All right, so now phase 2.
All right.
Let's make.
So you said that Bite can give me advantage on one of them?
Yes, but he
all
must
right, so
tell
that would
you
be a total of.
beforehand.
Okay. Bitte, if I could get advantage on this middle one since I won't have guidance.
Sure.
All right.
Alright.
Sure, Beta
So is
will
that
follow your
It's
request.
one check of your phase.
Yeah, Beta has like a couple of like tools that he's like boiled or run under fire, and he's like helping you position stuff, I guess. Or helping you do your stitches. I don't know.
Okay,
right.
so
However you want to
the one that had advantage was the 12, and then since it's best of 3, I just did another advantage to give me 2 more rolls. So it looks like the best of 3 is 25.
Okay, so 12, 10, and 25. The inside of this human looks very different from animals. Your confidence wavers just slightly, but you think that what you did was good, and you kind of push it back inside. At the very least, all of his intestines are back inside his body.
Okay.
And now closing up. You staunch any kind of blood that you can, like bleeding that you have. Maybe wrap his intestines with a little wrap. Not a wrap, a solid. Something that
A poultice.
Yeah, something that's
A poultice, yeah.
That's okay to be inside him a bit more. Maybe might dissolve or wash away. I don't really know. You're still supposed to use poultice inside somebody, but now you're on phase 3.
Phase
Closing
3,
him back
24, 11, and 7, and the d4 would be plus 2.
So once again, although he can, Bitte could give you advantage here on one of them. So if you wanted to roll one last one, you could have advantage on that.
That would be lovely to try to replace the
11 or the 7.
Yeah, the 21 will do
Perfect.
nice.
Yes, it is just what you needed to increase yourself, to kind of securely fasten his stomach back together. You don't know how well your surgery went, only that you did what you thought you needed to do, and you feel confident that he will recover. You give him some salves and stuff to kind of rub over there, and you tell Nimsy, who will kind of take over the assistance and healing of this person, that like every hour he needs to have this rubbed on him until his wounds stop pussing and begin to crust up. And then
I'll give him another cure wounds for the road.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'll mark that off on my spells.
So yeah, we will see in the future how well your surgery has done. But for the moment being, it is finished. You wipe your brow after a long, and this took a significant amount of time. I would say maybe if we had just went down sunset, so we'll put that maybe around 8 p.m. You're well into the middle of the night, just past midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to shift over to Dell. Dell, you've had 4 hours to wander Lonelywood alone.
Excellent.
This is a long time for you to just...
I might even be able to make it back before they even know I'm gone.
Oh, you definitely do. I mean, I guess we'll see how things go. But
Yeah.
what were you trying to sneak out for?
All right, so I sneak on out. I got my hooded lantern with me. I'm going to go to the shed and retrieve King Garius.
Mm-hmm.
And first thing, we're headed into the woods, and we're going to try to find that tree with the carving on it.
Okay. So you kind of begin to search the area around, and Garius is able to pick up on the scent of his other doggos. Kind of like, oh, hey, Jam, or what's Levi, what's your dog's name?
Titus.
Oh, I think they're this way, and kind of pulls you off, and you get to the tree in question.
King Garius doesn't need to walk on a leash. He's trained.
Okay.
I'm like dog level 2.
But like without. So you have a hooded. Okay, so yeah, you have a hooded lantern. So I was like, you really want him
so
to
once
run
we
off
get out,
without
like
a light?
once we're like in the woods, I can open the lantern. Is like I said, as long as I'm keeping it pointed away from the houses and stuff, I'm not that worried.
Okay, so yeah, you find the tree with the carving on it.
I'm just kind of checking it out. I mean, I don't really expect to get a lot from it, but I wanted to see it.
Mm-hmm. Roll me investigation.
Investigation. Doink.
Wow. I was gonna give you a take 20 anyways as soon as I asked you to roll 20 roll it anyways, but yeah, 25. You trying to think of the right way to put this. You're able to kind of
investigation crit of the night.
Yeah, given your dealings in mercantile and often kind of coming across carvings of various things, you're able to kind of pinpoint the age of this to be somewhere older than 20, 25, 30 years old. Somewhere in that range. It's significant. Something that plays a bit more into what Levi was saying of this other person there in Rosemary's body.
Interesting. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then we are sneaking. Let's see. So we're like there. So we're sneaking through the trees, across town, behind the mill, and I'm gonna go check out that house that seemed to be significant when I picked up on the Rosemary and Levi conversation.
So that actually happened. Sorry,
wherever that house was.
Down here, and it was this whole little mini town, you could say.
Okay.
Like a neighborhood.
The little cul-de-sac.
That's what I initially thought you were doing, but then I thought you said the word mill, so I assumed it was that house way out there.
So now you notice there is another mill here.
Second mill?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said there was now obviously there's been a lot of snowfall, but you said there was one path coming in and out of here?
Yes.
Did that lead up to a specific house?
It does. That house that's right there, to the north, right here. So the mill is the last house, or the last building rather. This is the house that has a right. And as you get closer, it diverts. One goes into the bigger house, and one goes into the slightly smaller house. It's not a shed. It's just a whole nother little tiny building.
Interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of case the joint from the outside, see whatever I can pick up.
Mm-hmm. It's still kind of early in the night of your skulking around, so there are still some lights on in the larger house. The smaller one looks to be as if nobody's there, and you can pick up on some voices. A gentleman, perhaps some teenage kids, and a lady.
And I'm fully shuttering the lantern as I get close to the house.
Now, King Garius, how do you imagine him to react? I mean, he's kind of you've at least been able to bond with him enough that he goes along with you. But and generally the sled dogs don't, maybe their experience has warned them not to make a ton of noise in the dark because of things that could come up on them, and just general if you're not the top of the pack or top of the food chain, you don't really want to make yourself as known.
Yeah, well, and Gary was described as grumpy, moody yet loyal, so I don't know, I just imagine him as being a fairly serious, fairly quiet dog.
Okay, yeah. Rare to bark. That's what drew you to him. Oh, cool. Thief dog.
Yeah. No, but, yes.
Okay, so roll me stealth besides just kind of you can listen to this, but if you want to get a closer look, I will need you to roll me stealth.
Fuck yeah, I do. Doink.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to sneak up right up to the window, and inside you notice...
And you know what? Why not? Doink. Oof.
Oof. Oof. So yeah, why not? So you kind of sneak up to the window and look inside. You see the gentleman, halfling. They're all halflings. the guy is kind of sitting at the table. The female, is in the kitchen, and the teenager is sitting at the table with them. It looks to be a little family, although you see a lot more resemblance between the older lady and the son. And you kind of are listening in before Garius Garius. What do you think Garius would do to fail his stealth like that? Is this more
So I probably, from the tree line, I snuck down to the house and, got up next to the house, and then looking over, just kind of gestured him over, come on. And then as soon as he started walking, he ran into like some tool or something that was left out, knocked that over, hit a bucket which clanged, and that spooked him. And so then he went tearing off around the house and knocked over many more things in his panic to run back to the tree line.
So yeah, he kind of like rushes around. There was a rake kind of tilted over a bucket that was underneath the snow. He hit the rake, it clanged against the bucket. He freaked out, which made his foot kind of got stuck in the bucket. As he kind of began to tear off back towards the tree line, he flung the bucket against like the side of the house, just slightly away from where you are, and you just kind of like duck down. You're like, oh shit. And gentleman goes off to the window, and you hear from inside, Reed, what is it? I don't know, Mother. It's too dark outside. It sounded like something was out there, though. Maybe, I guess it must have been an animal, though. I don't really know. You want me to go check it out? No. Dinner just got served. Come on, please come back. Oh, okay. We'll go check it out after dinner. Maybe we can see some tracks of it. But I'm sure maybe just a clump of snow fell on some of our tools out in the yard. Yeah, I'm sure that is. So they begin
I'm now motioning to Gary as like, down, stay.
He kind of lays down and whimpers a little bit, but keeps his eyes on you, but does not leave the edge of the tree line. And he had a +4 too. So
He did.
He had a very good odds to do well there.
Natural one's just not a good number to roll in any circumstance.
Nope.
Indeed. So how long do you stay kind of listening to their conversations?
I mean, if it's just boring shit, probably not for very long.
They're generally talking about the older gentleman, Reed, is talking about his day. He's from what you can tell, he's a logger, or at least works in the logging business.
Yeah, pretty much enough to where I can get a sense of
what he is.
The family dynamic. Like, okay, so there's like, a mom, a dad. Is it just a mom?
You can tell that it's a grandmother, not a mom.
Okay, so grandmother, and then dad. Was there a wife?
No wife.
Okay. Grandmother, dad, and then
and
children?
Yeah, one child, a son.
One child, son. Okay.
And the son's name is Volto. So, Reed and Volto. But they never referred to the grandmother with a name. Only just call her, they call her mother or grandmother. Now, you're kind of doing this at this point where your stealth is great, but peeking out of the window might be a little bit risky, you think? Or do you think Dale would try to snag a look some more as he gets more comfortable sitting out there? Was one brush with kind of being found out enough?
Oh my gosh, the cat just sneezed like 18 times. My stealth check. I mean, as I sit out there for a while, I'd probably take just a small peek just to kind of see faces. I'm not planning to watch for a long period of time.
Okay. So yeah, nothing really, kind of sticks out to you, but still roll me perception. See if your eyes are a bit more keener than my understanding of you.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean that to come off as like an insult, but I definitely did. The only thing you're really able to kind of pick out is just the heraldry and kind of some etchings and things in the house are very reminiscent of the axe that Bitte and Levi have been carrying around.
Yo-ho.
So perhaps this is one of the tea leaves.
Yo-ho-ho.
Now, would you like to investigate any further in this area, or do you want to go?
No, I want to check the other house.
The other one, the smaller one that seems to have nobody in.
Does it appear to be empty?
It is deserted, but not empty. Nobody's inside it right now, but it looks like somebody lives there.
Okay. Well, if there's no one in there, then I'm just going to pass that by, and I want to go look at the mill.
Okay. So you go to the mill. How do you approach the mill? Are you going to try the front door? Are you going to try to walk around?
No, I'm going to keep sticking to like the tree line as I go around,
Okay.
so I'll kind of come up from the back side there. And again, I'm mostly just kind of looking in, seeing like, does it look like it's abandoned? Hasn't been used in a long time?
It doesn't look like it's
Is
abandoned.
it full of illegal firearms?
It does not look like it's abandoned. However, when you come behind the mill, you do notice along the tree line that you've been going from that one house you were just looking into the mill, there is another rut in the snow, like someone very commonly walks between the house and this mill. Closer inspection of the mill, you see a sign kind of just half covered in snow out to the side. You can't quite fully tell what it is. Do you go closer and brush it off?
Yeah, I'm going to fully approach, wipe that off, and even open the lantern a little if I have to.
All right. You see the sign called Tea Leaf Mill. And in the back, there's another rut that goes off into the woods, and you notice that the back door is just open. And well, really, not that the back door is open, just like the back of the house is kind of open to accept, people from bringing logs and wood into it.
Okay. Just point of I would have picked up Garius as I was going back around. All right, I'm gonna do a quick glance around the mill.
Okay. So I've said mill. There are logging mills that are different from just a regular mill, which looks to be like a grain mill. Correct? I'm right in this, right? Like mills are not only just like the big things with the wheels outside.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like literally a windmill
is
is a mill.
Gotcha. Okay, so yes, this is a logging mill, which just means like the backside of the building is just like open, so that you can bring in wood.
I think sawmill is a thing.
Yes, sawmill.
Yeah.
So that's what we would call it now. It is the tea leaf lumber mill, sawmill. Oh shit. Oh god damn it. Okay, well it's just gonna call the mill because I'm not gonna be able to fix what I did.
No, that's fine.
So yeah.
So the other mill is not a lumber mill?
The other mill is a lumber mill.
Okay. So they're both lumber mills.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I had been assuming just from the get-go.
Yes.
So I was kind of confused when you started making the distinction.
This one does not. Well, I googled mill so I can kind of get a better description of the house, and it did not look like what I was thinking. I was like, oh fuck, have I been messing this up the whole time? But no. Yes, this looks to be it does not look to be as used as the other one before, which had a lot of movement around it. Just looking at the ground, you could see tracks going in and out of the other mill. Well, this one looks to be like it's almost like it's operated by just one person. Or perhaps not operated at all. Would you like to go in?
Yeah, I'm going to enter. I'm going to do a look-see around.
All right, you walk in. It's very open. The front of the mill seems to be, from what you can tell based on how you were looking from the side and the front, there's probably some offices, maybe some meeting rooms or some rooms in the front, and then now you have just the back end which opens up, allowing logs and such to come in. Roll me perception as you look around this room.
Must I perceive? Can I not investigate the space?
Oh, you most definitely can. Yeah. So you walk around looking at a lot of the tools seem like they've been untouched except for a select few, which really the only thing that you can tell that they have not been untouched is just the lack of sawdust that layers these tools. You do notice something odd as you're walking around and looking in the mill is that the floor seems to be like not so much recently repaired, but haphazardly repaired. Like they just pulled a large sheet of wood, plywood or something, across what you assume to be a hole, or at least something. It's like you have a regular floor, and then you just have this piece of wood covering this area. It is secured down to the floor though. Okay. But you do notice that there is a door that leads that's on the southern edge of the mill.
Shit. All right. Checking the door.
It is locked.
All right. Picking the lock.
Okay. And you have plenty of time. It takes you a little bit, but you're able to pick the lock and get inside. Unless you'd like to roll and take it shorter. It's your choice.
Nah, I mean, if I'm not in any rush, I'll take the time for it.
You just take your time, focusing more on stealth to make sure there's no accidental breaking of picks or any loud noises that might echo in this room.
You're able to watch my six.
He kind of lays down and looks out, and just he acknowledges you. You open the door, and it's stairs that leads down into a cellar.
All right. Stay boy. Bark if you see anyone. And then run. Run, my sweet boy. And off I go.
All right. So you make your way down. The first thing you notice, it's very dank and, there's very little airflow down here. Lots of dust covers everything. In fact, the stairs that go down look like they have not been walked on in a while. And the one thing you do notice as you're walking down the stairs is the claw marks that are everywhere. There's something huge and vicious that clawed its way up these stairs some time ago.
Well, that's not good.
You continue to walk down the cellar?
Can I hear anything?
There's no sounds. It is eerily silent. Not insects.
I'm gonna come down and open up the lantern.
Okay. You walk down a little bit. You open up the lantern and you find a room in disarray. There are stains on the floor, areas of the wood and kind of dirt floor that looked like something was spilled upon them. Claw marks everywhere. In the middle of the room, there is a table. Nothing's on the table, but there's, just like the floor, lots of spills that seem to have dripped down off the side of this table onto the floor. The biggest pooling in this room is right around this table. Some chairs laid smashed around, but outside of that, the room is filled with other various, tools and equipment you might have stored at a mill. Some saw blades, some axes, some leather that could be fastened, that could be cut into strips, just general stuff. Nothing valuable in your mind.
Okay. I'm gonna head back up, close the door, lock it, and then I'm making my way back to the speaker's house.
All right. So you make your way back to the speaker's house well before the surgery ends. Maybe about an hour or so before somebody finally comes upstairs to come and get you.
I'm just washing thick black makeup off from around my eyes.
Who would have gone upstairs to get Dal? Would that have been Levi?
Would we have fetched him, or would we have just been okay, it's time to go to bed, let's go upstairs and sleep?
It's a good question.
Would you guys comes upstairs in full doctor scrubs? You can see him now.
I
think probably the latter, considering that the guy's probably going to be unconscious until morning. So
right, but there would have been an opportunity to talk to Nimsy more about the gentleman and what he might have been sent. I mean, obviously he was sent off to the moose, or you could have had the mentality of just waiting until he was conscious again and able to talk. to speak with him more. So that's a decision you guys make as a group, you three, and then determine who came up to visit Dale, or if everyone is coming up to go to sleep.
I'm of the mind that we should go to sleep and then talk to Speaker Huddle and perhaps the gentleman if he's awake in the morning.
Yeah. I feel like Rosemary's like a little bit exhausted. It's been a very long day.
Okay.
It has been a very long day.
All right. Well, then you all return to the attic, and unless there's nothing more to say, you fall asleep and are woken up by the smell of delicious food coming from downstairs. You might come down from the lofty loft into the loft and notice that all of your dogs are inside, and each are being ridden by a halfling as they run around, playfully reenacting knights, like swinging their sword at each other. I imagine that Dell's dog is not happy with this situation.
I was gonna say, how has Garius taken it?
But he's loyal enough to know not to bite the children. You notice though, somebody probably bribed him with some food, as he has some like smudges on his mouth.
Bacon grease.
Jam,
I give him the nod and a thumbs up.
Jam is just overall just excited. Titus,
Jam is having a good time.
Titus is just like, yes, I am Titus. And then Lova is Shaggy. The halfling that's sitting on top of her is almost like lost in her hair.
Yeah, Titus is like gladly taking the role of like a war horse.
Of a warhorse? Yeah.
Yeah. He's like thrilled about it.
So yeah. So as you guys come down, Nimsy looks up. She's like, yes, come on, quickly. Come eat. The Zeke had moved around. He was able to take some water in this morning. He still complains of some abdominal pain, but that's expected. He's probably going to have a long road of recovery ahead of him.
He's up and about, or maybe not about, but at least drinking.
He is definitely not up. I had to prop him up. He's very weak. All I could tell was he hasn't really said much, except that he told me he was not able to kill the moose, and that his friends have died.
It's awful. I'm sorry.
Yes, I know. But I don't have to pay them, so that's good.
I suppose.
How much were you paying them?
That is a confidential agreement between me and Zeke.
Perhaps I can talk with my patient then.
Perhaps you can. Yes, if you'd like to. He's just in the other room. She gestures to the room that you did the surgery in yesterday.
I'll, after I've eaten something, I'll go check on him and make sure he's doing at least somewhat decent.
Yeah. He kind of is sleeping when you walk in, but he jerks up, like his eyes jerk awake at just the slightest sound as the door opens, and he looks at you, staring, his eyes wide, before he kind of calms down a little bit. He's like, hello.
Hi there. Or how are you feeling? I mean, I know it must still hurt, but
yeah, but it's a lot better than yesterday. And I don't know. I didn't call Zeke any race, right?
Human.
You said he was a human?
Okay, good. That's what I'm just making sure. He is a human. He is slightly bigger than this bed. This was not a halfling size bed, but it wasn't necessarily one of the larger beds.
Yeah.
So his feet are definitely at the edge, even as he is like slightly propped up. When he was sleeping, he probably had his feet like hanging off the edge. You notice there was a table that Nimsy had pulled up underneath the bed to kind of allow his feet to continue hanging over the edge, but not like dipping down. So yes, he's like, I'm feeling a bit better. Some pain. I think you're Rosemary.
Yeah, I'm the one who did the emergency surgery. You You did a good job in cauterizing yourself back up. I don't think you would have gotten back to town if you hadn't, but there was a little bit of reparative work to be done there.
What do you... I don't remember doing that. Cauterizing myself? I don't...
You... Huh. Did...
Last thing I remember was my friends... Oh, God. Oh. God. Did they come back with... No. No, I remember now. They did not.
Unfortunately, you were the only one that we found.
The moose came out of nowhere. Like a white ghost. It got me in the back of the head. Maybe a hoof, maybe an antler, I don't know. As I was dazed and sitting down, I watched it slaughter my friends. And it came for me next. And I just remember another hoof to the face, and that's it. How did I end up here?
It looked like you dragged yourself into town, but if you say you weren't the one who cauterized your wound, maybe there's a chance someone else survived?
No, I saw them all die. They stood no chance.
Well, someone was looking out for you. It's what matters, and what matters is that you're alive.
I guess. Did I have anything on me?
Did he? Did we notice anything?
This would not have been something you were looking at during your surgery, but did anybody kind of go through his packs or his gear after during surgery? That'd be something Levi, maybe Bitte might have done?
I imagine Levi probably would have.
Okay. You did not notice anything.
Okay. We didn't, not that we saw at least.
Did you...
We were more worried about keeping you alive, honestly.
Yeah, here, bring me my stuff. I need to... I think I have a map in there. I should have a map, at least, of the recent loggings, you know, the path of where we go. I commonly like to hunt around the area where the loggers cut from, just to kind of
course,
ensure no wolves or bears are encroaching in the area. And try to cull the wildlife before their homes are destroyed.
I'll bring him his pack, and I'll be like, by the way, was the speaker? Were you hunting the moose?
Yeah. Yes. The speaker paid my group to, well, promised to pay my group upon, proof of death of this moose. I mean, it's just a moose. We had heard the deaths. We'd heard the viciousness, but I mean, come on. It's a moose, right? Right?
Maybe.
No.
What? Do you mind if I ask what the agreement was between you and the speaker?
Oh, I can't. I don't know. Some gold, I think. I don't know. She tried to give us some cookies, but I'm from Lonelywood. I know what she uses in those. It's just lard and a bunch of other materials to kind of mask the cheap flavors she puts in them. They do taste great, but God, those cookies are not good for you at all.
You hear like a thump from the other room as if like a fist is hitting a table.
Honestly, it's more important that you're alive and that if you have any information to give us about the moose, we're... Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, you handed him his pack. He grabs the map that he keeps. It has a bunch of notes on it, things he's, it's something he keeps to kind of keep track of where he's hunted before, so he doesn't overhunt and scare too many animals out of the area. He kind of like gestures to you and says, "This is I think this is where we got attacked." And if you look at a map of Lonelywood, it was a bit far into the woods. This gentleman Roll me. You're pretty good at medicines. I won't make you roll. You definitely don't think that if he had gotten attacked where he said he was attacked, he would not have made it through the woods unassisted like he did with his injuries.
Yeah, Rosemary's current thought is that there was definitely someone else there who did the cauterizing and the dragging him back to town.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't know who, but someone was looking out for this guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is anybody else? That's about all. He kind of just that's where that's where I was. I wish I could be more of a help to you, but it's hard to think straight.
No, you've been through a lot. I'm just glad you're okay. Just take the time that you need to heal and to process.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you've done. Maybe when I have some more time to think on it, I'll have more information for you.
Of course. We should be staying here in the speaker's house, so if you think of anything else, just let us know.
Of course. Thank you.
I'll duck back out, go talk to the others, and let them know what I've learned.
All right. So, yeah.
So everyone, we're all downstairs at this point.
Yes. You're all the house is rather large. There's a loft and then there's the attic, but there's not really a second floor outside of the loft, which is where the children sleep. So she just walks out of her room back to where you guys are, which you're all just continuing to eat and having some more cookies.
I was focused on listening to the entire thing. But...
Right.
Hey guys,
Yeah?
Levi, the whole time she was in there, was talking about going to look for the moose, and he's wearing a sweater.
Oh my god, I have a shirt on.
Yeah,
Has he been possessed?
He's wearing like a nice, like a wool sweater that's like fairly tight, and he's got his cloak draped over the back of the chair, and he's talking about going out into the woods and finding this moose and dealing with it, because we can't just let it sit out there and keep hurting people.
Are you not feeling well?
Rosemary's like, what is your name?
What do you mean? I'm feeling excellent. We finally have something to go off of. Hopefully we are able to get some sort of idea of we know where to start. We can maybe follow the gentleman's tracks from last night but the snow, but it's fine. We can go back to where we encountered him, and we can go into the woods, and we can track perhaps the moose based on its territory. Right, Vita? What do you mean? Yes, I'm fine. My name is Levi. What are you talking about?
Are you feeling especially cold this morning, or?
Well, no, I just figure if we're going to encounter mystery snow, I might as well wear a sweater, right?
I mean, it's sound logic, but...
Sorry. Oh, God. Yeah.
Just a bit surprised.
What? That I'm
Why
wearing a sweater?
Yeah, it's...
You usually don't wear
seen
shirts.
You concealed.
Listen, I own shirts. I just don't feel the need to wear them very often. But if we're going to be in the cold snow, mystery snow, that is somehow maybe colder than normal snow, and that my cloak will not handle for me, then perhaps there is need to wear a sweater.
Makes sense to me.
Hey. She'll like wink, even though she doesn't really know.
People, and he stands up and he starts taking it off.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I like the sweater.
I mean,
It's
if you
a
guys
good
want to
sweater.
continue to see me shirtless, just say so, and I'll never wear a shirt again.
All right.
I
well,
get it. I am a
You
sight to behold.
do what feels right.
In this moment, the sweater feels right.
Okay, then do the sweater. I believe in you and I support you.
Thank you, Rosemary. You're a good friend.
Thanks.
All right. Well, before we head off on, a moose hunt or whatever, quick team meeting on the back porch. And I head out.
Did I do something again?
Levi grabs whatever the breakfast is, and he carries it out to the back porch, and also a second plate of it.
Okay. So that'd be
Nice.
like probably your third plate because you were probably eating while Rosemary was off in the other room. So
Yeah,
Dale's
this is
been
definitely like my
drinking
third or
nothing
fourth
but
plate.
coffee. No food, just coffee.
oh god.
Del
Yeah.
Madre, your eating habits are terrible. No wonder you're so thin and scrawny.
I'm not really hungry in the morning.
We need to put some meat on his bones. You
I
need
don't
to
really
eat
get
more
going
meat.
until like lunch, but I eat like a really big lunch, and then dinner is just kind of like a habsy. But I usually snack all night.
I see. All right, sir. What do you have for us? Team meeting about what?
All right, everyone out here,
Yes.
close the door.
Close the door. The
Isn't it-
sounds of the halflings continuing because they still never stop playing with your dogs.
Sure, of course.
Kind of closes it, and you just like start to hear Nemzi scream.
King Garius just gives me like a pleading look as I slowly close the door. I'm sorry.
It's at that point that like they started turning King Garius into a princess, and we're like
Aw.
putting bows in his hair, and he's just like standing there, just like, oh
Ew.
god. But
You're
at the same time
beautiful.
that they're putting bows in his hair, they're also feeding him part of the breakfast, so he's just gonna have some things to work off. We found his weak point: food.
Exactly.
Well, I close the door and I'm basically going to relate my night's adventure to everyone, pass on the information, just like, well, so first off I found the carving, look over at Bite. Turns out the carving is real. And as far as I could tell, it's pretty old. I mean, like 30 years old.
Good to know my word wasn't good enough. Continue.
And people get confused. Anyway, more significantly, I think I found some tea leaves. Tea leaves? Is it?
Here?
Did they change their name to leaves if it's plural, or is it just tea leaves with an S?
I think that's less significant than the fact that there's at least one tea leaf in the town.
Right. I think there's 3.
You're
3.
telling me the tea leaves still maintain a residence here.
Yeah. And apparently they've even got like a mill. One that's not doing great, but I mean, based on what I've been picking up around, the way people talk, they feel kind of shunned. Or I assume that I get the feeling that they're kind of shunned, so they probably don't get a lot of business. And there was some weird shit in the mill. Like
What kind of weird shit?
Levi's eyes narrow.
like holes busted through floors, like up from a basement, and then cut over. We could probably keep going a little bit longer if we've got stuff going on. But
Yeah,
or
I'm
like
good.
like something bursting up through floorboards and kind of covered over, and I was kind of looking there. The basement underneath the mill, it's like there was like a caged beast in there or something. There's like claw marks all over the place. There was some, I don't know, stuff all over the place that might have been blood. I'm not really sure because it was really
So-
dark.
3 claws?
Yes.
Like the same. It was claw marks on the buildings.
Did I I didn't really even ask that at the time, but was it obvious enough that I would have picked that up just from...
I would say you make that connection now, but since you weren't really the person, like somebody described the claw mark to you, and you're just like, oh, okay. Then you see some other claw marks, you're like, oh, okay. And then when she said, was it the same claw marks? You're like, oh yeah, it probably was.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but yeah, it was like 3s.
A big 3 clawed into the...
Big 3.
But yes, no, they were
I think that's like their call sign.
So yeah, they are...
3 tea leaves.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Levi just clenches his jaw and he stands up and he says, I'm going to grab the axe and you're going to take me there. And he just storms off inside.
Okay. You guys get the axe. You begin to... Now, how would you approach or lead them there, Del? Would you walk around or would you walk through the woods?
Let's go through the woods just because I feel like we don't want to be generally seen going that way, like by the other townspeople.
Okay, it's a good, yeah. So yeah, I mean, like you wake up, you guys woke up, early in the day, but so you don't really see the rush of people, the workers leaving for their jobs, but you do see a bit more people than you did yesterday. There seems to be some commotion going on at the, towards the northern end as you are walking through the woods. You see more people walking that way. They're likely inspecting the rather large pool of blood that has appeared on the ground with no body. And you hear whisperings of, as you are leaving the woods, going towards the tea leaves, and there are some other areas, of people whispering another moose attack last night. But you guys approach. Now, do you, I guess I should ask, how are you approaching the tea leaf? From the walking out of the woods, like just north of where the speaker, like on the map is? Like the word speaker? Or are you kind of walking all the way around through the woods to come out behind the tea leaf mill?
Like coming out here versus coming out like...
Yes.
Here?
Exactly. Or even all the way around to the north so that he's coming into the back door of that other person's house. But yes.
Yeah.
Option A or option B.
Yeah, I would say leading them kind of to, like, right there, sort of just on the tree line. Like, not just walking out into the clearing yet, but like as soon as we can kind of see the place, just like, yeah, so that's the mill over there.
Yeah.
And then I think those 2 houses are where they're living.
Right.
It seemed like there were 3 of them in the big one, but
yeah,
maybe one of them stays in the smaller one, or there might have been someone else who wasn't there, but I didn't see anyone.
So the porch of the larger house, there is the old lady that you had, not rather old, but the grandmother lady that was there, kind of just sitting and sipping on a cup of coffee. Rosemary, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
Disadvantage wisdom.
Weep womp.
Motherfucker.
You can't quite tell, but you do recognize this lady. You don't know from where. You don't know from what. You have this inkling, very similar to where you had that longing for home when you first had, like, kind of wandered past the tea leaf area. Now you just have that very similar.
We can't progress your particular character quirk because you keep rolling too well.
Keep rolling too good.
For the rest of the campaign, it never comes back up.
Never shows back up because I failed this.
It's like in the room when they bring up the grandmother's cancer and then never talk about it again. She was just too good for the cancer to affect her.
You guys remember that one time where Rosemary acted weird for like 5 minutes and then never again? No, not really.
What a strange part of the campaign that was.
So yeah, there's this old, not old, but because halflings can live to be what, like
300-ish.
300, yeah. So I mean, I don't really know when old age starts to show, but she does look, not young. She looks like a middle-aged woman. Let's go with that.
she's older by halfling standards, but
Yeah.
But she looks great.
or is she not older by halfling standards?
I'd say she's not old by halfling standards, but she's more
Middle-aged.
old. Yeah, she's middle-aged, which is still like 100 and something years old.
Yeah.
I just don't know really when it factors in, like elves. Do they ever show old age?
No, one day they just die.
Yeah. I mean, like, is that canon?
They look 20, and then they're dead.
Yep. They're born as a 20-year-old, they live as a 20-year-old, and they die as a 20-year-old.
Yep, they are
That's
effervescent.
It says they reach adulthood at the age of 20, and then generally live lives into the middle of their second century.
Okay, so
about
she looks about
150 is
150 is pushing it for
yeah, that's old.
Okay, so she's still middle-aged. So, but maybe now she's only like 80
50
years
to
old.
60,
Yeah,
70, 80, somewhere through there.
Let's go with 80. I don't know how you guys wouldn't know this, but we'll say
It doesn't really, it doesn't matter.
You peg her as 80.
This is all for the viewers' imagination.
She gets pegged as 80.
Oh god.
This 80-year-old gets pegged.
We love that for her. She's having a good time.
Yeah. Good for her.
Fucking ridiculous.
Just right here on the front porch. It's like 7 a.m.
I'm so sorry.
The tea leaves don't play, man.
She knows what she likes.
Carson, are you still there?
You lose him. Make one too many jokes.
Joke.
He is actually, he's not in Roll20 anymore.
Oh shit.
He's here though. He's just
He's
not
here in the
left.
Discord call. He fell asleep.
Did he?
I don't know. It'd be funny though.
Well, anyways, he's here, we assume. He's probably talking with somebody. Or if, Carson, you think we can hear you, we cannot. But going forward, so what do you guys do now that you're just kind of watching along?
I mean, at this point, I'm going to kind of let Levi take point.
I think Levi just walks up and knocks on the door.
I mean, while the woman's on the porch.
Is she on the porch? Oh, I missed that part. My bad. Yeah, he just walks. He doesn't actually know that yet. He doesn't see her, and he walks right past her and knocks on the door.
So first, I go to
"Geez, you
start
wanna be
leading
like-"
you around to the back of the house at a tree line, and you just break out, just like shit, chasing after him, and then watch you walk right past the woman. So I'm just standing there,
Yep.
like in the middle of
"Someone
the
lives
clearing.
Here, like, hello, ma'am. Hi. How are you doing? Are you a tea leaf?
And Levi turns his head and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, ma'am. I'm looking for the tea leaf family."
Well, I don't know what to say. I saw you guys trying to act stealthily on my tree line. Don't know what you guys thought you were doing. I've been sitting here watching you guys, waiting for you to come out and talk to me. But boy, oh boy, did I not expect you to walk right on past me. Although, granted, now the fact that you're asking for the tea leaves does give a little bit of a hint that you must not be, you must be clueless to situations often. I'm guessing. Maybe
Dale's just nodding in the
a
background.
do-gooder, perhaps.
I'm just not from around here. If that does it for you.
Do you live
Dale
in a
is
cave?
furiously nodding in the background.
Do you live in a cave where often you don't notice people who are... And she is sitting like 3 feet from the door.
Listen, in my defense, I have a lot on my mind. Okay?
I'm sure. I could tell. You're holding Arten's axe. I assume you've come to return it.
He's wearing a sweater for the first time. It's like constricting the blood flow to his brain.
Well, I mean, I assume you're here to return it. However, you might be just so boldly showing off your prize from killing my cousin. I don't.
No, of course not. I'm here to return it. I found it, and I found Arten's.
Huh.
You know.
Well, yeah. How is he?
Dead,
Ah. Yeah.
unfortunately.
I should have put that together. Yes, yes. Well,
Just making the Steve Carell wincing face in the background.
yeah, I guess that's good for him. His suffering has ended. It's been a long time, painful number of years since. Oh well, that happened.
What? Okay, hold on. I've just told you your cousin is dead, and I'm bringing back his axe, and your reaction is good for him?
Yeah, well, let's just say us Tealies have been fraught with one tragedy after another.
Sorry, we've been hearing about a tragedy, but no one will really tell us what happened.
Well, why would they? Why would they want to relive that day? I mean, nearly every family here lost somebody.
Quick aside, did I hear her say tea leaves or tea leaves?
We need to talk semantics.
Tea leaves. It does not turn into leaves. It's tea leaves.
Got it. I think that makes more sense.
I
Carry on.
I would
not
assume
ask
so. They have social security cards for both when they are alone and with their cousins and family members. So yes, go on.
Ma'am, I would not necessarily ask you to relive the events of the tragedy. However, I was originally looking for Arton because I have been led to believe that you may have some sort of experience or remedy or cure of some kind in relation to said tragedy.
She kind of just ponders
And
for a moment and then looks at you.
That
And
cure
really looks at you.
And Levi will not make eye contact with her. And he says, the cure would help a lot of people south of Icewind Dale if you were able to teach me or show me how to procure it or make it or whatever. It is important to me.
And you heard this from Arton himself?
No, I was looking for Arton to speak to him about it. I heard rumors of your tragedy, and I do not know all of the details, but I knew that your family had dealt with it in some way, and figured perhaps you knew of some sort of cure.
Oh, you poor soul. No, I fear that whatever you heard regarding the tragedy of the tea leaves, you truly don't have the full picture, and I don't know how to say this. Oh no. Gosh.
Oh no?
And we lost our stream. Okay, we're gonna go back. No. Something occurred with the output? What is happening here? Okay, pause for a second. The stream stopped.
We're pausing.
Time out.
Wait, I don't know if the stream stopped. Let me listen. Okay, the stream did not stop, but the recording stopped. So that's interesting. Okay, so something's going on with the output. Oh, son of a bitch.
Yes.
1 second, let me just check something. No, there's more than enough space in my hard drive. Oh, that's not my hard drive. Oh, fuck. That is the problem right there. Okay.
Did you run out of room on your hard drive?
I ran out of room on my laptop, not my hard drive.
Oh.
Too many games and too many battle maps downloaded to my computer. Plus, it just has a small hard drive because it's a laptop. So, Well, okay, so the stream is still going. Sorry, everybody, for that interruption. I will grab the recording from Twitch to fill in this last little section here, and I will have to move shit over to my hard drive so that it will... You know what? Actually, give me one moment. Let me just do this real quick. Edited videos. Let's bring everything here. Let's bring it all. Let's move it over to...
Bring it all.
To my hard drive. Videos. Okay.
Oy.
Goodness gracious, I'm going fast. I swear. I'm going as fast as I can.
Oh no, that was not me trying to rush you. That was me moving in my chair.
Mm-hmm.
And I am an old woman who makes noises.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
You want me to tell you to hurry? Hurry up.
Okay.
Why are you taking so long? Jeez.
Okay, well, that's not going to move fast. That's way too much space. That's like more than 100 gigabytes. I'm trying to move it a second here. Let's just not do that. All right, well, we'll just grab the recording from Twitch since the stream is still going on, and I will just make it a better thing of myself later on to not stream before I have too many things on my desktop. Let us continue here. Back into the mind of the old lady. Oh, you poor soul. I don't know what you heard. I don't know what nonsense Artin was spouting off. I'm sure he got confident in thinking that his idea was going to work if they only had more time, but we never dealt with our problem in the right way. We thought we could handle it. They thought, I should say. I had only married into this family. No. The answers you seek do not come from me, but I'm happy to talk you through what happened. Maybe it will give you some insight, a fresh take on what is plaguing you right now. Is this something you... She kind of lowers her voice a little bit. Is this something you've shared with your friends there?
And Levi closes his eyes as a single tear rolls down his cheek and he shakes his head.
Ah. Well. You still have some time, I assume?
42 days.
Well, let me tell you this. From our experience, it is not an exact number. I would give you plus or minus 10 days.
Levi, what is she talking about? Are you okay?
And he turns and smiles. He says, "I'll be fine. We'll find a way. Please, ma'am, tell us what happened."
Well, I'm sure you've all seen the claw marks around town. How familiar are you with the monstrosities of Icewind Dale?
Not very in my case.
Heard
Beats it.
stories.
Carson's back!
Oh, yay.
Yeah, sorry.
How familiar are you with the monstrosities of Icewind Dale?
Beta is pretty dang familiar. It's occupational information.
Ah, yes. Well, I'm sure you have probably not dealt with one of these creatures. Outside of Artin and myself, I truly do not know of, and I guess you could say the town of Lonelywood, but they're really bystanders to this, and unfortunate bystanders to this incident. But I really have not met anybody else who has had run-ins with these creatures. These the slods. And so, are you familiar with a slod? Do you know the most dangerous part about them?
Yes. Their hands. Has Beta heard anything about them before?
Roll me nature. See if you've. They're not common in Icewind Dale, but they are here.
Okay, and
So this
as monstrosity is my favorite enemy, I have advantage on intelligence checks made to recall information about them.
I should make sure that they are, in fact, monstrosities. I'm pretty sure they are. Ooh, they are not. She would call them as monstrosities, but they are
that's
not.
fine. Who needs advantage?
They are not.
The duality of nature roll.
No, so a slot is not. It's an aberration. But you are aware, and you've heard some stories, not necessarily of people from 10 towns, but just of travelers and other stuff, of their ability to impregnate their, not a sexual impregnate.
Don't use that word.
Sorry, to insert within the person. I don't know how to say this, but basically
Imbue?
Infect?
Infest with eggs.
It's just not better.
No. There's no good way to say this, but unfortunately your friend here is on borrowed time. He is a ticking time bomb. Something that, depending on where he is, can cause tragedy to himself or tragedy to anyone in the area. These creatures are vicious. They care not for us, they care only for their own bloodlust. And finally, when one emerges from your body, it almost unnaturally it grows instantly. If you are not ready to kill it within 10 seconds of it tearing its way out of your friend's chest, within seconds it's going to be just a full-grown slot. That seems wrong. I don't think it's within seconds. I think it's
even if we are prepared, what does that do to him?
And Levi just turns to Dell and he says, there are, as far as I can tell, two options. Either I die before the gestation period is over and the slod never hatches, or the slod kills me on its way out.
Okay,
You remove the eggs?
so I should stop for a second there. So canonically, slods take a few days. However, in our canon, slods go very quickly. Perhaps it has something to do with, I don't know, something. But
Perhaps it has something to do with the way I, the GM, have ruled it.
Exactly. My whatever. The fact of the matter is that it does take within at least just not very long. Maybe even sometimes the tadpole doesn't even burst out until it has claws and is growing, where it's like it hatches and begins eating its way before it actually has ever burst out of the skin. Yeah, let's go with that.
Gross.
Mm-hmm.
Out of character note, I see you were brave enough to take the secret that I said fuck no to when it was offered to me.
Oh, did you roll the same number?
Apparently.
That was one of my options, and I was just like, nope.
Oh, dang, I didn't even get an option.
Well, you joined
Oh,
late.
damn! Corey's just like, we're doing it.
Yeah.
It's alien shit.
I did offer it to Blake, and he said no, and I was like, ah, darn. And then Levi came along, and I'm like, oh, cool. Here's the one you rolled for, or rather, here's the secret you get. And yeah. Sorry, Levi.
Fair.
It was
Well,
just
all right then.
it was a story I wanted to explore.
Fair enough.
One that you can't even find words.
Well, then why
for.
even make me roll then?
So you felt like it was your choice.
It's the illusion of choice.
Yeah, exactly. If I told you what your secret was and you didn't like it, you would have been like, oh, I don't really like that. But if you rolled for it, well, then it's just like, oh, shit, that's chance.
That's fair, but now that you're telling me this,
It's too
it doesn't.
I'm not a railroading DM. You're allowed whichever choice you want of these three paths. They just all lead to the same place.
Exactly. There's freedom of choice in there. There's just also my aching sense of that's a really cool storyline that we're going to explore. I mean, come on. They marketed Icewind Dale to be this like horror taking from like Aliens and The Thing, and I couldn't even get one of those two secrets.
Fuck the body horror. It's like, oh no.
So yeah. Are you okay, Levi?
Is this the old woman asking?
No, this is me asking you, as you're very silent.
I mean,
He's
the
angry.
outlook's not great.
Corey's throwing like pieces of flatbread at you.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, there have
You
been
mad at me?
No. This just came out wrong. This came out wrong. I would never. Anyways, yes. Let's get back into this. Yes, the old lady is just kind of like, yes. Well, you've seen the claw marks all around. And...
Rosemary's like, what if? Can we remove it surgically? I mean, there has to be some sort of way. If there are eggs inside of him, can we just remove them early before it has a chance to hatch?
Oh, most definitely, yes. But it's have to be removed magically. Any sort of physical surgery would essentially rip him apart. The creature's eggs have to be dissolved with some sort of magic, which we thought we had secured a shaman who has had the experience, but it turns out he was just trying to take our money and run away. Which is unfortunate for him, as he was one of the first persons killed that night.
And the magic that you believed you had acquired, is it a spell? Is it a ritual? Is it... What is it?
I was I wasn't really part of that. Sid Artin and his family are another branch of the Tea Leaves. We have many different branches, although we all keep the same name. Regardless of who was born, the Tea Leaves stay the Tea Leaves. And regardless of how they get married. But I think, goodness, it was some sort of restoration magic for sure. Not something we might commonly find. We found this gentleman in Brenshander who said he was a traveler from a different town. It took a significant amount of our savings too.
I see.
I'm sorry. I'm not really all familiar with magic. Just generally, that was another branch of the family, and well, I knew somebody one time that had an affinity for the adventure. Probably knew something about it, but she's she's been gone for some time now.
I would appreciate a name or something to go off of so that this is not just a dead end for me.
Yes. Well, yeah, my wife's name was Bree.
And Levi just drops the axe, and he turns to Rosemary.
Rosemary's just like, looks like a deer in the headlights.
I'm just pointing at the old woman. You're L!
Yes, my name is Lena. Lena? What is it, Rosemary?
Lena.
And at that moment, Rosemary, the spirit of Bree, takes back over your body once she hears the name Lena.
Lena, it's been... How are the children? Are they inside?
It's, She kind of looks up at Levi and... What the fuck is wrong with your friend? What is she asking me? How do you know I had children?
Ma'am, wait.
Darling, you look tired. Are you okay?
Tired.
Wait.
Who is this? Tell me now.
Listen,
what are you trying to do? Are you trying to take over? Are you making fun of our family again? These hardships that we've brought up. Now you're going to bring back my past as well?
Ma'am, I swear
who you are, Levi. She stands up. I don't know what you want with me. This is a cruel joke here.
Ma'am, please give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds of your time to explain.
Fine. Go on.
Very kind of puts herself in between Lena and Levi, and she's like, is this guy bothering you?
Then Lena backs away. Backs away from Rosemary. I don't know who you are. I've never met you in my life.
Ma'am?
Darling,
listen,
it's me. It's your wife.
Okay, Bree, stop. For one moment, you are in the body of a half-orc.
Why are you calling her Bree? What do you mean that? What is this?
And Levi steps in the middle of them and just puts his hands out, and he says, okay, do I need a distraction right now? I need you to focus your attention on me. Enough.
and Dell, how are you? And Bitte, how are you both handling this in the background?
Well, when it first started, I'm just furiously almost punching Bitte in the arm, oh my god. And now I'm taking notes. I pulled a notepad out and the pen or pencil or some shit, and I'm just writing all of this down.
Yeah.
Bitte.
Bree is why is there a shirtless elf on our porch?
Bitte is will have pulled out a tuber and is just munching on it furiously. Furiously, I know, right? and then once Bree kind of manifests a little more, she'll be like, oh shit, and kind of stand up, and he's just standing at the ready to kind of separate people and also kind of edging into a position where Lena can't exactly can't just completely retreat from the situation as well, just in case she tries to.
So you're walking up onto the porch with them?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, you guys all up there, and both Bree, you're very confused, and Lena even more confused. But she's bristling with anger. She feels as though this is still just some sick joke. But she stopped talking. She's waiting now. Lena.
Okay.
There are two options. One is a cruel joke, which would be made apparent in time. Another is a rare opportunity. Recommend just in the off chance that you have a moment of faith.
Faith. I lost my faith many years ago. Who are you, orc?
Ma'am, my name is Levi. This is my friend Rosemary. And yesterday, when we came into Lonelywood, we walked into the forest, and she saw the heart that I believe you and Bree had carved into a tree in the forest, and suddenly was taken over by what you see before you now, which I believe to be Bree, your wife.
Of course I'm Bree.
Okay, yes, thank you. In this moment, as far as I can tell, she has no memories of the last God knows how long. She does not know that Speaker Huddle is the speaker. She doesn't remember me or Bite right here or Dell or anything that we have done recently. I believe that this is your Bree. I do not know why she is in Rosemary's body.
I have known this child since she was very, very small. Small. Smaller even now than you are. She is not a cruel person. She would not pretend in this way to cause you pain.
She's got like a bunch of spiritual connections to the land. So it's possible the area she could be like picking up something. I don't know.
I mean, I like to think I'm good with the forest, but I don't consider myself a spiritual person.
Mm-hmm.
Bree was...
I just run the mill with my family, and we have a simple life. I raise the children.
What are their names?
Right.
They check my backstory.
That's not suspicious at all.
Yeah, I know our kids' names, of course.
I know our children's
Looks
names.
down at
They are
smudged
like
handwriting on hand.
Reed and Callie. You had them with your ex-husband, and when I married you, they became mine.
One of those checks out.
If you're Bree, then there's only one thing I can think of that nobody else knows. You left some years ago. God, if I had only known that would be the last time I saw you, the things I would have said, I don't think I would have let you go. Anyways, tell me now, who did you leave with?
Do I remember?
You don't remember his name, but you can give a general description of what happened and why you might have left.
There was a druid, and he needed help with something. There was something going on in the woods. He needed a guide. Why don't I remember what happened?
I'll tell you
I
why.
remember what happened.
You didn't survive that trip, Bree. My last memory of you is when that gentleman brought back your axe. Bloodied up. Said sorry. And left. Do you know how that feels? My wife? My lover? My soulmate? For you to just abandon your family like this. And I know you had a good reason for it. I know you were trying to stop the druids, the evil druids that were, plaguing our town, but did that matter? Did they matter more than your family? Because all I got out of it was your axe.
I'm so sorry. I thought I would be helping. I'd be protecting you and the children. I didn't know.
Well, you didn't protect us. I did. 30 years ago you left us, Bree. I don't know what to say to you right now. You may be the spirit of my wife, but you are not her.
30 years.
And she kind of just stands up tall and starts to push her way past you guys and walk inside. Before she closes the door, she looks to Levi and she says, I need some time to think this over. Twice you have brought up the tragedies of the tea leaves. Thank you for this. I always love to remember all the lives that I've lost in my life. And then she shuts the door.
As as she does, Beta will just kind of quietly add, and better the pain of love's lost than the regrets of love unrealized.
Sure. But I had many years and could have had many more years with the love of my life. And as Bree may be able to tell you, whether it truly is her or just her connection to the other side, I dealt with such a shitty lover before I met her. That God-forsaken man. And for her to just go and leave me, it was much worse than what he put me through. And then she finally closes the door. And that is where we're going to end our session today.
Great! God, wow.
That was intense there, huh?
That was a lot.
Beautiful.
That was good.
Oh, the character exposition.
Got lots of character shit going on.
I know, you guys didn't even make it out of the town.
Guys are like one tangled backstory. You all affect each other. What is going on here?
Levi, I hope you're not upset with me on that choice I made for you.
You're just
Silence.
legally obligated. You're legally obligated to get me out of it.
Well, I mean, I would never
We're
have given...
legally obligated to do Deus Ex Machina.
Let's-
I mean, we're obviously going to put in the effort to look for it, but you got to give us the exit sign.
It's true. I'm glad that you brought this up now and not like later on, so it didn't feel so forced of me shoving in the resolution.
It'd be really weird. We're just like wandering around, just like, oh yeah, we're real focused on building up our town, investing in our little
Levi's like, "I have 10
Chewinga
days to
village.
live."
And then Corey's like, by the way, a random merchant is like wandering through, and he's like a slot egg removal specialist. I don't know if that's significant to anyone.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh my god, we just
Although-
spent so much time in Goodmead and you had to fucking egg in you.
This whole time, he has this like...
Yeah, and he hasn't like also like that's the reason why he can't fucking drink.
Oh my
'Cause
god,
it makes him sick.
he's pregnant. He can't
It's-
drink.
His
He
slot
can't have
takes
raw
it as an
fish.
attack. Yeah, dude.
Well,
It's bad news.
it was...
Fuck.
That was good, guys. That was really intense there.
Yes.
I enjoyed that. So we'll have to see
I feel
what
bad
happens.
that I just confused the fuck out of Levi. I just got like a DM message of like, you're Bree
Emotion.
now. I'm like, shit. Guess I am.
Such delicious trolley.
And I'm glad that
What
big
a-
reveal of that connection was at the last minute of the session.
Yeah.
What a
Yeah.
rough, like, 12 hours for Levi.
Yeah.
Reach a town, argue with a woman, confusion, argue with the party, confusion, surgery, wake up, breakfast, sadness, crying, despair, confusion.
God.
Fuck.
So
Levi's
anyway,
really been. He's gone through the ringer this session.
yeah,
That's for sure.
for sure. Well,
Are we still live?
we are still live, yes.
Okay.
But we are
Wow.
we're gonna wrap it up now. Thank you all for watching us. We are Everybody's a Mimic. We typically stream Saturday mornings from 9:30 on alternating weekends. However, we do often have many breaks, and I don't think that the summer is going to make it any easier for us. If things go well, our next session will be Saturday the 17th. If things don't go well, they will probably be the 31st or even further than that. However, whenever we can't make our Saturday morning D&D sessions, we do try to find some other points to have streamings opportunities just so we can get out there and continue to connect with our viewers and our viewership. So Anyways, my name is Corey. I am the Dungeon Master of Everybody's a Mimic. I am joined I'm just so proud to be with this group of people.
I'm Ray.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just
And
like,
I play Rosemary. I'm blindsided by some nonsense.
Yeah.
I am Carson. I am semi-perpetually lost, but always excited to be where I am.
I'm Blake. I play Del Nadre, and I'm taking extensive notes.
And I'm Ben. I play Levi, and I'm living on borrowed time.
So we are Everybody's a Mimic. Thank you for watching, and have a wonderful time.